A gang to answer say Anselm from Ositupa. Look at my shop. Yesterday being Saturday, 17th of September 2022, a gang of Nigerian soldiers came to Ekotutu, Ositupa. They destroy shops, people's properties, lives. Look at my shop. I'm a graduate. I have nothing doing. Look at how they render me useless in Ositupa. They set my shop ablaze. This shop now, I'm a glow agent. I'm dealing on phones and the phone's accessories. Registering people's SIM card. Now, look at my shop. Both the show glass, the counter, the goose. What of millions of naira damage here? No less than 10 million naira damage here. How can I start again? They went to my second shop, start to break it, but that one wasn't giving them access because of its decking. What are we going to do? Have you committed any offense? The Nigerian soldiers that are supposed to defend the country, they are saying say no to Biafra, say no to IPOB. They're shouting it. Say no to IPOB. Am I an IPOB member? Do you see any mark on me? I'm a graduate. I'm a graduate of Imose University and also a graduate of Urban University Rome and also a graduate of postgraduate diploma in education. I'm educationist. What is wrong with these people? They have to pay for this. So answer say Anselm.
Specifically for you. This is a message to my northern Christian brothers and sisters, specifically for you. Why? Because if you go to the south, to the southeast, to the southwest, a Christian from northern part of Nigeria is a northerner. Simple. If there are breakdown of blood orders in Enugu, they kill everybody, whether a Muslim or Christian coming from the north. This is the record that is on ground. Nobody can deny this. Christians of northern extraction, think wisely, act wisely, behave wisely. You have no business voting a southern candidate based on Christianity. At the end of the day, his agenda is not you. His agenda is his own tribe. If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity. He could be a fantastic Catholic. But below the Catholicism, he is a die-hard Biafra. If you vote Obi, you are voting for Biafra. No mention of the words. If you vote for Biafra, you are voting for the destruction of the North. Tell me, a Christian from Taraba, Nasarawa, Kogi, Kwara, Kaduna, Kebbi, Sokoto, Bauchi, Gombe. Tell me what you drive, the benefit you will drive by voting Obi. Just tell me one single benefit. And the answer is there is none. If you want to know the answer is true, go to Enugu, go to Aba, go to Inewi, go to Akwa Ibom, go to every part of the south. As a Christian, this is a message to
So we do have some time now for questions from the audience. I wonder if we should just take a few, and then we can respond to them all together. So, okay,
Thank you. I have a question. What's the difference between the U.S. debt and the debt that African nations own? Because the U.S. debt doesn't keep the U.S. from being one of the leading powers of the world, but then African nations can't make it because of that debt that is strangling them.
Should I talk? Okay. The first question is a very important question. What makes African and third world debt different from the American debt? Number one, America is never going to pay its debts. It doesn't have to. Its debts are in its own currency. We can simply print it. The African debt is not in its currency. The African debt is in US dollars. Africa has to earn the US dollars, and the only way it can earn the US dollars is not to be assassinated for growing its own food and becoming independent and doing something that the United States does not like. The principle underlying the foundation of the World Bank, the International Bank for IBRD, research, the World Bank, is that no country should grow its own food. Africa and the third world should only grow export crops. To export, in order to have an oversupply of cocoa and other tropical raw materials, to keep down the price, they must buy their grain from the United States or Europe, so that if they do something that we don't like, we can do what America tried to do to China in the 60s. We can sanction them. We can say, we're going to starve you. We're going to not export any grain to you. So owing their foreign debt in dollars means that they have to somehow sell something that the United States wants, not what they want. I think the most evil organizations in the world today are the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And my book, Super Imperialism, that I wrote in 1972, is all about that. The largest purchasers of the book were the Defense Department and the CIA. I was immediately, the organization I worked for was given a $75,000, $85,000 Defense Department contract for me to come to explain to them how American imperialism worked, and they used it as a how to do it book. They thought it was just spontaneous, and I had written the book thinking that socialists in third world countries would do something about it, and indeed it was translated into Spanish and other languages. But it was really the Defense Department that applied most of this, and I was amazed when I was invited to the White House to explain how imperialism worked. And my boss said, we've run rings around the British imperialists. This is how to do it. You make them owe the debts in your currency, not their own. You control their central bank and make them financially dependent on you, and then you've got a stranglehold for them. So certainly the third world countries should cancel the debts under the odious debt principle. I haven't been able to convince any of them to do it because they said if we do that, the CIA will kill us. So how do you break that cycle? That's a problem I've not been able to solve.
The other thing, when you were responding to the first question, there's also something we're suffering from in Africa. The devaluation of currency as another way of
devaluation of
the currency.
Currency,
yes, as a way of keeping us dependent continuously.
That's a good point. When a country devalues a currency, what are they devaluing? Well, you know, there's a world price for grain, a world price for aluminum, a world price for raw materials. The only thing that they can really devalue is the price of their labor. So when Africa or Latin America or Greece is told to, or America is told to devalue the currency, what that means is pay labor less. You have to squeeze out more to pay the top of the economic pyramid, to suck it all up to the top 10% or 1% or 0.1%. So devaluation is basically an anti-labor policy to prevent a domestic market and prosperity from developing. That is why China and Russia are saying, we don't want to be part of the dollar area. We want our own currency, and we'll only borrow in our own debt. Last time I went to China, it was a little annoying because they insisted in paying me in yuan, which all these little red bills that you have to go to a bank to turn in, and yet they said, well, we're following your advice. What do you complain about? So, what could I do?
Chukwu na-afụ n'ife afụ na nzuzo. Chukwu maara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ maara onye ji ya. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udo mmiri ọ chụrụ ọzụọ. Gaa n'ogwe omechi ụzọ osi mpịara na azụ nwa igiriga ọgụ nke mmụọ. Ọ gịnị ka m ga-etu gị ka o zuolo gị? Asị m n'oge akara aka eluo, ịbụ mmụọ ka mmụọ, ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma sị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, n'ụra. Asị m n'ọnwa ente eme ime, ọ sị m nọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa. Ọ sị unu binye enu n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye. Mmụọ na-afụ n'ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye. Oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye. Ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị nwaanyị na-ebe asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị amambara asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri Njaba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ọgba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị Anike Wawa asị m gị binye. Oke arụsị na n'ike ojuru nwaanyị aga anị asị m gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Igirigi ọgụ mmụọ. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike. Asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola. Asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola. Nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike. Ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike, na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Ọ ya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi Ọhamadike. Ọhamadike bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ. Otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udo mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya. Asị m unu binye n'isi ya. Nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike. Napụta ya na Eke, napụta ya n'Orie, napụta ya na Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga-anapụta Nnamdi Kanu na Eke, napụta ya n'Orie, napụta ya na Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kpụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma. Ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri, ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lachaa. Chukwu okike abịa ama, onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja, were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị Eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na Eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ. Eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-eketara ya ndụ. Oke ga-eketara ya Biafra. Oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ekwesị ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọkwa na ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwe osu? Asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwe osu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra. Na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọbịa igbu Nnamdi Kanu gbuo onwe ya. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kọrọ ogiri, ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha. Osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye a sị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe asị m ikuku futuo gị anya ọbụla fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla asị m alịla akọrọ ya n'anya onye fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m na mbelede nyiri dike mbelede ka o ji amawa dike asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dadị ukwu ose elu na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu na ọkwanụ nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama afụ ya anya asị m na-eje anaba isi ije asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwi asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echiri echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụrụ eje nkụ asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-tụnye ugo ga-nye ya mmeri ga-nye ya mmeri ga-nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo na ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ ọkwa na unu ga-aga bori ahịa ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama
ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 22nd day of September in the year of our Lord 2022. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. Today, I will be joined by our family in northern Cyprus in order to talk to evangelize, to talk to Biafrans. That is what is going to happen today. It's not going to, there will be no opening of lines today, please. And it's going to be brief. A brief program so that we continue tomorrow. Therefore, once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you via Radio Biafra London. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon. But make no mistake about it, he must be released. Nigeria committed a crime against the international community, against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and family, against the indigenous people of Biafra. Therefore, they have accepted it in the courts, in their own court. So there is nothing again. They are fine looking for a way to save their face. But we must continue. You know, as I said, I will be joined by our family, IPOB family in northern Cyprus, to talk to Biafrans in the next few minutes. So, before that, do not forget that on the 16th and 17th of October 2022, there will be a free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Biafra 1 million man march in the United Kingdom, the abode of Lucifer itself, where the devil, the demon tormenting us, is residing, headed by the monarch. So on the day 1, being the 16th, it is Sunday, October 16th, from 11:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. LFC Stadium, Anfield, Liverpool. Day 2, on Monday, the 17th of October 2022, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. London, the gathering at London gathering at Trafalgar Square in London. Then march to 10 Downing Street, Commonwealth Development Office and Parliament Building. IPOB is going to shake them as usual, because everybody is asking questions now internationally. You understand? You know, when you listen to the outburst of Clinton, former American president, he said it. You know, there are things we are yet to know about what happened to us during the Biafra genocide. Things are revealing itself. Mr. Clinton, former President Clinton, Bill Clinton, was interviewed. I will play, don't worry, I'm gathering all these things, I will play them in my subsequent submissions here on this hallowed platform. He said that Biafrans, America have to get out of Nigeria during the war because of how horrible that war is, a very terrible genocide. He said it is in our diaries there. There are many secrets that we never know. America recognized it. A president, America, the most powerful president, he said it, that America was in that war helping. You know, Britain is the owner of Nigeria. So they lied to the world officially. They lied to America about their intent. You understand? That is why. Do you remember one time our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said when he started this Biafra struggle, that he went to American embassy in the United Kingdom to talk about Biafra, and a CIA agent, one of the officials, told him that, look, if you talk from now till we know, but our hands are tied, we can't do nothing. You better, because we take permission from Britain. Britain created you, Nigeria, so before we intervene or do anything, we take permission from Britain. Case closed. So you don't need to talk to us. Go and talk to Britain. You are creator. And he developed goosebumps about, that is why when you see people gallivanting that they will make Nigeria better, they will become president and make Nigeria, I laugh. How can you make Nigeria better? That a country that doesn't belong to you, that is being controlled from behind, owned, created by another set of people. Is it not ignorance? What is happening in Nigeria is pre-planned, is programmed to happen by her creator. Let it enter into your skull. The only way to undo the creator of Nigeria, the only way to save lives in Nigeria, the indigenous population in Nigeria, is to undo the structure being laid down by the creator of Nigeria. India did it. I've been hammering on this. That is why you don't see the British High Commissioner in India going around imposing him or herself in the Indian local politics. It is impossible. But in Nigeria you have it. You have that dwarf witch in the name of Katrina Liang going around gallivanting all over Nigeria, making sure, imposing herself in the Nigeria politics, internal politics, which is normally against international law. She did it in Zimbabwe. Whenever there is any election in Zimbabwe, it is her that will first of all announce the result. Do you see that? She did it in Zimbabwe, and the British government, they praised her that you did a nice job in Zimbabwe. Now that is why they sent her to the giant zoo in Africa, to the British created giant zoo in Africa, in order to continue her good work. And that is why she has been gallivanting, moving around every part of Nigeria and running the government. Honestly, running the government. That is why when I listened to somebody, is it something Chi? See Chi, I don't know. Talking about from UK about incidents that happened about somebody, a so-called Nigerian that raped somebody in Aberdeen, that they are trying to destroy UK for them. Yes, she talked very well, but where she committed blunder is when either out of mischief or ignorance, or she wants to praise her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know ratapium somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. Ndi isi ojii. As long as I know na ratapiam somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. Her host country, so that to be a good slave, that is what we know best how to do. As long as I know na somewhere, finish. Slavery, that's it. welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. Sorry for that brutal technical hitch, although it's been taken care of anyway. I am now joined, as I said, by our family, our people in Cyprus, northern Cyprus. So please, I will bring them in order to talk to Biafrans. If you are living in any part of northern Cyprus, please, the time now is nigh for you to join the family. Mazi, can you hear me? Mazi Success, can you hear me? Mazi, please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Can you hear me? What is happening?
Mazi, I can hear you.
Yes, yes. Please, the platform is yours. Please go on, please. Go on.
Oh, thank you, Mazi Jonathan. Thanks for hosting us today. May Jukokikama bless you. My name is Mazi Ndubisi Augustine. By the grace of God, I'm National Coordinator of Northern Cyprus. I'm from Delta State, Abo, Kanu East Local Government. I have here with me with my Zonal Coordinator, the Coordinator of Magoza, Coordinator of Lefkosha, and with our fellow member. We're here to address our brother and sister about IPOB in Northern Cyprus. And my deputy, Bichi Goze, is also here with me. Bichi Goze,
Mazi.
Please say your name. Let's continue from there.
Okay. My name is Bichi Goze. I am from Akeze in Ivo local government area of Ebonyi State. By the special grace of God, I am the Deputy National Coordinator, IPOB Northern Cyprus. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you. Our next person is our Zonal Coordinator of Lefkosha, Mazi Nnamdi. Please say something.
IPOB. My name is Nnamdi Kingsley Arinze. I'm from Amobia, Oka South Local Government. And sitting by the grace of Wokabiama, I'm the Zonal Coordinator of Lefkosha. So I want to use this opportunity to thank everybody and thank all Biafrans listening to us from here in North Cyprus. And I encourage everybody here in Lefkosha to come to work. We'll talk about it later as the meeting goes on. Thank you.
Our Zonal Coordinator from Magoza, Mazi. Please say something.
Please unmute yourself and speak to Biafrans. If you are being called upon, you unmute yourself. Do not forget. Please go on.
Our Zonal one family.
This is still the coordinator of Lefkosha family. Thank you all Biafrans listening to us. I want to use this opportunity to call on my own people working with me here too in Lefkosha here. And in the person of our able treasurer. Can you please speak with us?
One family.
One family.
My name is Jiba Chinedu. I am from Imo State in Ohajiboma local government. Thank you very much.
IPOB.
Family.
I'm still the national coordinator of IPOB Northern Cyprus. Our zonal coordinator from Agosa is not available at the moment, but you soon join us in a bit. Let's continue with all our members, our ESCOs in Lefkosha. Let them introduce themselves. Mazi Nnamdi, please introduce all your ESCOs to the platform.
Mazi, I'm here now. I was having issues. I'm here now.
Okay, introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Odera Igwenyere. I'm from Oberuru in Olu local government area. I'm the zonal coordinator of Maguza. I want to use this special occasion to thank every IPOB member in Northern Cyprus, especially those ones from the northern Maguza. I thank you for your steadfastness. And I ask all those who have not joined us to join us to this wonderful family. Thank you very much. As we progress, we have much to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazi. Mazi Nnamdi, please introduce all your ESCOs to the platform. Let's
IPOB.
One family.
So this is still the coordinator of Lefkosha, Mazi Nnamdi. If you are here and you are part of my ESCO in Lefkosha, kindly introduce yourself. Hello?
IPOB.
One family.
One family. Like I said earlier, my name is Mazi Chinedu. I am from Imo State in HAUSA-SERVICE local government. I am the treasurer of IPOB Lefkosha. Thank you.
IPOB.
One family.
Yeah, he's a formidable member. We can vouch for him. He's a formidable member, a trusted fellow that we can say, yes, he's really into what IPOB is all about. Some of my ESCOs are not here due to some of their family issues, some having some issues, one way or the other, and the other people having technical issues. Our financial secretary, are you there? Our financial secretary, are you there? I think he's also having technical issues. So I want to use this opportunity now to invite and to tell everybody a little bit about IPOB family here in Lefkosha. I hope everybody can hear me.
We can hear you.
Go on. Everybody is hearing. The whole world is hearing.
Yeah, IPOB Lefkosha here started organically through the grace of people Kabiama. We had our 1 year end of the year by December last year, and it was successful and it was very wonderful. IPOB Lefkosha here, we've been growing from strength to strength. We are like the mother family of every other family here in North Cyprus. So I want to use this opportunity to thank all my ESCOs. Without them, there will be no me here. Without them, the leadership of IPOB Lefkosha would be, I don't know what it will be, but I hope it wouldn't be bad. So my success today is their own ability. They did, and they are still doing a great job for me and for IPOB. So I want to use this opportunity to tell all Biafrans everywhere they are in the world that IPOB Lefkosha is strong. We have come to stay and we will grow from strength to strength. So I'm still calling on the people living, any other person having issues with their stay here in IPOB or anything at all, the person should come to us. We are like open family to everybody. And our motto here is on Rubewanne Abanoso. We stand with each other. We stand for the cause of actualization of Biafra. Here we champion the cause here in Lefkosha. And this is an opportunity to call on people here living in Lefkosha especially to come and join us. And before the end of this meeting, I will drop a phone number where they can get across to join us. We normally have our meeting twice every month, and it's always a wonderful time. So I implore everybody to come and join us. Come, let's discuss as brothers. Come, let's discuss as sisters. Now, it's 2 heads are always better than 1. So thank you, everybody, and as you come. General Coordinator.
Thank you once again. Our coordinator from Magoza. Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
Mazi, go ahead. The whole world is here is listening. Please, go ahead. If it's having technical issue, another person can take over. Please.
Okay, I have a question, Mazi Jonathan. Hello, can you hear me, Mazi?
Yeah. The whole world is hearing you.
This is a predominant issue here. We want to know what. Can you hear me? Is Maguza coordinator now on?
No.
Yes,
okay.
please. I was having technical issue. I'm back now. Once again, I want to use this opportunity to thank everyone. This meeting, Mazi Jonathan, I thank you especially. I've seen all the wonderful things you've been doing. I'm a regular and ardent follower of Radio Biafra. I've learned a lot from your programs, the one you do every Saturday and other one. Thank you very much. I want to use this medium to sensitize our people in Famagosta here to be coming to our meetings. We hold meetings twice in a month. First Sunday and third Sunday of the month. And we have a formidable family here in Famagosta. And we still need more. We are many here, but we still need more people to join us to make sure that the gospel of Biafra is spread across the world. We need freedom. And especially now, this is auspicious time for us to have that freedom. And we cannot have this freedom if we don't come together and synchronize and make sure that our people really understand what is happening. But I'm sure that many people don't even understand the situation we are in. That is why people are campaigning while our houses are burning and all that. So I use this occasion once again to call our members in Famagosta to join us to move this family forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our zonal coordinator. Your assistant, Tony, which is introducing himself to the platform. He just came okay now. Mazi Tony from Magoza.
Mazi beloved Biafrans, I greet you in the name of the Lord Chukwu Kabiam. I remain Echezanachi Onyama Chukwu from Umundochi. I support my dear leader, my every leader, who just finished speaking. So it's a wonderful time being with the whole world on this platform. And it is my delightful prayer that Chukwu Kabiama will bring his promises upon our lives to accomplishment. And at the end of all things, we shall live to rejoice and celebrate with our beloved reader, even as we live to spread his freedom. That Chukwu Kabiama be glorified. Thank you, and God bless you.
IPOB.
Mazi Chigozie online.
Mazi Chigozie.
Mazi, I'm here.
Okay,
Right.
introduce yourself. Let's say something. Let's move forward.
Okay. Biafra.
Biafra.
Almost.
My name is still Okbechi Gozie. I am from Akez in the local government area of Ebonyi State. And I want to use this medium to thank Mazi Jonathan. May God, may Chukwu Kabiama keep you and strengthen you. And I want to use this opportunity to encourage every one of us and people living in Northern Cyprus. We all should come out in mass to join IPOB in Northern Cyprus. IPOB in Northern Cyprus is very, very active. So I want to use this opportunity to advise everyone who is living in Northern Cyprus to come out and join IPOB in Northern Cyprus. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again. I will use this medium to introduce all the whole national ESCOs that are active. Without them, I don't think IPOB Northern Cyprus will be where we are at the moment. But I just thank God for their strength. Thank God for everything. Especially my ESCOs. I want to use this media to call upon them to introduce themselves one after the other. Mazi, our financial secretary. Mazi.
IPOB.
One family.
One family.
IPOB. One family. I want to say my thanks and regards to every one of us here on this platform, because this is a kind of my dream come true. I have been looking for a way that we, the Northern Cyprus, will be voiced out to the world to know that we are very strong and very mean and very serious with all the pursuit to the actualization of sovereign state of Biafra. We are the national level, and we want to assure everybody that we are doing everything possible to make sure that the dream of Biafra comes true. So I greet and say my regards to everyone. And if you know that you are a Biafran but you have not identified with us, I would use this opportunity to say that you should come, because if this state is being actualized, it will benefit you and benefit our generations to come. This is the reason why our leader was saying a lot of things, and we have to make that dream come true. Thank you very much, and God bless all of us. IPOB. Our brother don't take me for that.
Okay, I'm Mazi Chibuzo Oginye. I'm from Iyala local government, Anambra State. I'm the National Financial Secretary. IPOB Cyprus, National, not Cyprus, National. Thank you.
IPOB. So now we'll get back. I wanted to ask, please, they are not speaking in YouTube or IPOB. Now, Mazi Jonathan.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go on. The whole world is hearing you, not
there's
only
a question, and I will need your advice on it. You know, everybody is seeing what is happening down home in Nigeria now, right? The obedient movement. Yeah, it's true. Like the obedient movement is gathering steam as day goes by. And truth be told, if anybody says that it doesn't affect, I think the person is not living in reality. Now, I want to ask this question now, because it's really affecting sometimes the turnout. Before the obedient thing started happening, we do have a large number of people coming for meetings. But due to this obedient movement, people have started, backsliding a little bit. We're doing all our best to evangelize, to talk to them, to ask them, to let them see that it's just like a gimmick. So I want to ask you, what do you advise us to do? What are we going to do to see that, okay, we can overcome this obedient movement?
Mazi, in my own capacity, I continue saying it. the British, they always like to use illusion. Whether obedient movement to articulate also, it doesn't stop us from what we are doing. That is the reality. We are here for the restoration of Biafra and nothing more. We are not into the electioneering system. That is the reality. We are not here. Whether, IPOB officially have not made any statements. But what we know is that whether obedient to or non-obedient to, they will never stop what we are doing. We don't tell anybody not to be obedient or be obedient. No. We are moving forward. All that we do, we appeal to the thinking faculty of our people. Here what we preach is common sense for people to reason. You are in northern Cyprus. You are there not because the president or the prime minister is from your tribe. No, that is not why you are there. But because the policies being made is friendly to everybody, meritocracy is allowed. So what we are going to do is what we are doing, and we should continue being consistent. We should never allow any illusion, any political gimmicks in order to distract us. The people, what about when our leader was rendition? Many people run away. When he will be released, now you see they will come, people will come. It happened in 2015, 2017 also. They ran away. 2017, when he was released, the people filled up and came back. When he disappeared, without knowing where he was, when there was an assassination attempt in his house, in his home, and he escaped it, many people thought that he is dead and they disappeared. That is how many of our people behave. That is why many are called but few are chosen. There are people that are called the proselytes. They are not among the 100 men or 100 people demanded by our leader. So if you are a hardcore, if you are among those that are called to do this, I'm telling you, if you watch yourself in mirror, sometimes maybe you are taking shower, you watch yourself in a mirror. I am a saint. Because there are people that they can, what we are doing, they love it too. But you ask them, but what prevents you from joining? They will give you 1,001 reasons. And when you look into that reason, nothing. There is nothing. No reason at all. There was a clip I played during my preamble, during the start of this program, where one man was gnashing his teeth, shouting. He opened, it's in the video, it's in the social media and on Facebook. What they did in also, what the Nigerian military did, they were burning a Koto market and shouting, say no to IPOB. Normally, there are many people, including that man I played his clip. He said that he's not an IPOB member. He don't know what IPOB is. He's not an IPOB member. But did it prevent the caliphate from labeling you as an IPOB? Listen, there is another clip I play. Although after I will analyze all those things, not today. But that man, he was talking to the northern Christians. He said that they have no advantage, no benefit voting any Southerner, whether he's an Igbo man. He said Igbo man, even if in in Cross River, in Akwa Ibom. He mentioned all these states as Igbo. Do you see it? But these are people you they say, no, me, I'm not Igbo. I'm Bendelite. I'll be people that don't know their history, but others know. So what we are going to do is what we are doing. We continue putting it in another gear. We continue consistently. Those that will be saved or those that we join, we join. When the repercussion comes, nobody asks you, are you an IPOB family member? We saw how they are killing our people every day. Even in Anambra now, Soludo, we saw more than 10 bodies, dead bodies that we are killed, that shot and killed, tied their hands tied at the back. The video is here. Go to China's page, you will see it. Few minutes now, it was being put. So when they want to kill you, if the caliphate, once they see you as a Biafran, whether you are from a job, whether you are from Riverso, as they call it, Delta, Bayasao, they call everybody the same. When it comes to that collective punishment meted out to the Igbos, it's for everybody. But when it comes to maybe dividing for their interest, divisions, causing commotions among us, there you start hearing, oh, you are Niger Delta. Oh, no, you are Bayasam. Oh, no, you don't join Igbo. That is bunkum. All these are the ways the Fulani are using to manipulate everybody. But my brother, in conclusion, we have to continue what we are doing consistently. It doesn't matter. Do not allow anybody's this thing to frustrate. Whether Obi is there or is not, because he will be proving. The caliphate, let me tell you, the caliphates, they know, they understand the way to manipulate the brains of our people, our politicians. Everywhere they are calling Obi, oh no, he's a Biafran. Oh, he's a. Now Obi will be, Peter Obi will be fighting only defensive to show that he's a Nigerian. And who will suffer the consequence in case even tomorrow he will be there as a president? It's us. He will use us, kill us to show that he's a Nigerian, not a Biafran. That is one thing that I say the indigenous people in Nigeria are the most stupid set of people. Fulani, they are openly defending their terrorists. Openly, they don't care. But they are not tribalists, they are not nepotistic. Openly, they say they are people, Fulani herdsmen terrorists, that they have the right to carry arms. Have you forgotten? I've been playing this here in this Alert platform. But nobody calls them they are tribalists or they are nepotistic. Or no, nobody they are real Nigerians defending Nigeria, everybody. But look at everybody now. Indigenous people in Nigeria are the most stupid set of people I've ever seen, including Biafrans. When it comes to politics, they are naive, completely naive. For that is why Fulani is manipulating everybody. I'm telling you. So my brother, we have to continue what we are doing. As simple as that. Anybody that wants, let him be obedient or disobedient or anything, that is not our problem. Our quest is for the restoration of Biafra. Thank you, Mazi. Please go on.
Thank you, Mazi. I think a word is enough for a wise person. So one of our brother wants to ask a question. Please go ahead and ask your question, please.
Mazi, I hope all of you have introduced yourself, and also you people should make numbers available for people that wants to join in case. You understand?
Yes. Okay. Yes. We will, before the end of the program, we will drop a number for anybody that wants to join us.
Okay, good. Please go on.
Both from the Famagusta area and the Lefkosha area, because they are two different locations and it's a bit far from each other. So we'll give everybody two numbers. So if you're living around Lefkosha, this is a number you get in contact with. If you're living around Famagusta, this is a number you get in contact with. So our brother that wants to ask a question, go ahead, please.
Please, before the question, I want to still elaborate more on this election thing. I don't know if I'll be permitted. The Maguza.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much for your input. Still on this election coming up in Nigeria in 2023, it opened my eyes to the way an average African reasons. And I came to realize why our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, kept on saying that the problem of African man is in the brain. We're all here when Britain invited P2B to UK. Mr. P2B went to United Kingdom and came back to Nigeria, and people were still following him. And these Nigerians believe that they want liberation, they want freedom. How can you have freedom when the same Britain holding you is the one who invited P2B to UK? I had a discussion with a friend of mine who is a lawyer. We were together in University of Calabar, students. He's practicing law for over many years now. He told me that P2B was invited to UK because the United Kingdom looked at all the candidates and they didn't find anyone capable to rule Nigeria, somebody they would be able to interact and have business with. The P2B I was shocked to the marrow that a lawyer of that caliber would be talking that way. It baffled me. So I was like, if a lawyer could talk like this, how would an average Nigerian reason? I'm not sure he really understands the meaning of statecraft, international relations. What happens in international relations? I'm not sure he has studied the history of Britain, the British imperialism in Africa, across Europe, in Asia, many places Britain entered, what they did. I'm not sure that this guy is aware of what Britain is doing today with Katrina Lang, moving from state to state, meeting governors, meeting the so-called traditional leaders and the religious leaders. Our people have problem. Last time around in Anambra State, during the election in Anambra State, they were shouting, Soludo is solution. We want them, it's not all about Soludo, it's about the office. Soludo wants to do everything to make sure he holds onto the office. And for him to do that, he has to dance to the tune of the Fulani who put him there. Our people don't understand this. To be honest with you, I don't see any possibility of P2B becoming president of Nigeria. But peradventure, he becomes president of Nigeria. I ask myself a simple question: how is he going to rule Nigeria? How is he going to change that country called Nigeria, that contraption called Nigeria? We have not less than 7-8 terrorist groups in the northern Nigeria. In our land, Biafra land, these people have literally encircled us. They are waiting for the whistles to start a war. And somebody somewhere talking about election, talking about P2B. How is P2B going to rejuvenate that country? How is he going to? Because there's something we say in law. Consensus dividend. Unless two agree, they cannot work together. So tell me how the North, East and West will work together as a country. We were all there when a senator was standing at the plenary and he was saying that Igbo people should be slaughtered. And nobody said anything. There was nothing. 2 days ago or yesterday, somebody was preaching, telling people that the so-called northern Christians, why they should not vote P2B, that voting P2B is, voting Biafra or something like that nature. And our people cannot reason. They sheepishly keeping on believing in Nigeria. Nigeria is not for us. I don't know if our people can understand. Sometimes I want to cut the head of Africa and put something in that brain for him to understand. I don't know what is wrong with a black man. It baffles not even only those ones in Nigeria, even the ones abroad. The way they reason, you begin to ask yourself, angel, maybe a little angel can do simple. It baffles me. But maybe our people have shown that they are incapable of reasoning. What do we do in that circumstance? We'll find a way to help them. Jonathan, that is Mr. Jonathan, Mazi Jonathan. That's why I'm encouraging you to continue with that program you do every Saturday on issue of religion and other things. Please continue with that program. It helps people a lot. A lot of people called me and told me that they have learned a lot from that program. I remember when people say, no, we shouldn't talk about religion. It's a no-go area. I don't understand what people mean by no-go area. That is the main problem we have. Because what is happening in Nigeria today, this election stuff, people believing that PWP will change Nigeria, is because of religion. They have hope, believing in their stupid Nigerian God. I'm sorry, not the God I worship, that stupid Nigerian God. Oyedebo and Adebo Yanko worship, that useless God they worship. It's the God telling them those nonsense they believe. What is wrong with us? In the 18th century or so, Europe, what we are doing today was what Europe did about 300-400 years ago. That is what Africans are doing today. Instead of us to find a way to help ourselves, we are talking about religion, how religion will do this and do that and what have you. So we need to change the way we reason, our mentality. Thank you very much. Someone else can take over.
Yeah, Mazi. Please go on.
Thank you very much, our able coordinator from Maguza, a man of intelligence. So right now, the person that wanted to ask a question, that signified to ask a question, kindly go ahead and ask Mazi Jonathan your question, please. Hello, are you there?
I'm here. Mazi Jonathan, thank you so much for your advice and everything. I have a question for you. My question goes this way. Let us not pretend like nothing is happening. Our IPOB is not having issues. I want to ask you concerning this infighting in IPOB. What are our leaders, people who our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu handled IPOB over to? What are they doing to resolve the issues in IPOB? Because we are having issues. Let us not pretend like nothing is happening. We are having issues concerning Simon Ekpa, autopilot, and DOX. What are they doing to resolve that issue? Secondly, you know, when something is happening and you are not doing anything to clarify your stand or to make your stand known to people, it feels like many people would think that you are in support of what is happening. When our leader was outside with us, our leader said there is nothing like election, Nigeria election in Biafra land. Since this OB madness started, DOS have never made their stand known to people. That is why our people are joining some of this Nigerian politics that is happening today. What is their stand in election? That is my question. Thank you very much.
Okay. I don't know whether you are hearing me. I wanted to ask you to clarify your stand on what? You say the DOS have not made their stand. On what? Concerning what? Concerning what?
Their stand on election. Is there going to be election in Biafra land or no election? Because our leader said no election in Biafra land. That is my question. What is their stand? They have not made their stand known to people whom our leader handed over to them. So that is my question. What is their stand? They have not spoken about election. Are they going to allow election in Biafra land or not? That is what I want to hear.
Okay. First of all, I want to ask you whether you used to listen to Radio Biafra, even when Mazi Chinasa and other VOS members used to address Biafrans. Do you used to listen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You know, many of these things have been addressed several times, not once, several times. Every time this question arises. First of all, let me start by, clarifying what you say infighting. There is no infighting in IPOB, please. You call the Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is not a member of IPOB. You know that. How should there be? Maybe you're a learned person, but how can you clarify? How can you say somebody that is not into a movement? Now that because he's trying to enter into that movement to manipulate it, now you call it infighting. That is not, it's wrong. It's not true. Infighting means maybe Mazi Chinedu is trying to fight with Mazi Ofoma. Mazi Ofoma is they have cabals with Mazi Chinasa, Mazi Nnachi, all the DOS. Now everybody have his own group. That is infighting. But when you see, let us apply knowledge and intelligence, because this is what we preach here. This is what we preach here every day, for common sense. when somebody want to usurp, our first lady called it ectoparasite. Parasitism. I don't know. Ectoparasite. I don't really understand how we should do, reason things. The DOS has been coming on Radio Biafra. Press releases has been going on every day. The plans of our enemy has been made manifest several times. I talked about the center of gravity of a problem of Nigeria. The other time I preached about it. But the Nigerian intelligence, they thought that the center of gravity of IPOB is removing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from the scene. Mazi, are you hearing me? Please let me know that you are hearing me clear. I hope you are hearing me.
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay.
We are hearing you. We are hearing you.
Okay. They thought and believed that the center of gravity of IPOB is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Once you remove him, they never believe that IPOB will last for 2 or 3 months. They never believe it. They put their people in place so that once IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, they activated their sleeper cells, which they have put in place in IPOB. You know it. Their attack came from up, front and back, up and down, everywhere. All the leadership, all DOS, they are evil. They are the people that sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They are this and that. These things are pre-planned. They were pre-planned, put in place. Because what they want to do is remove the shepherd and scatter the sheep, so that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not, he will come out and see no structure, no IPOB even to talk to, no IPOB to lead. You should remember when that thing in Finland you call his name, I don't even want to call his name. He tweeted and said, it is the same God that anointed Saul is the same God that is still anointed David, that come back and anointed David. What does it mean? What do you think about it? People that are, our people, many of our people, the problem is that our brains, sometimes we are too emotional, highly emotional. And that emotion blinds our normal sense of reasoning. We are too emotional. You understand? Somebody, he said now, IPOB is in autopilot. No, it's under no control. It's autopilot, automatic pilot, which means no person is controlling. But now he came back and start controlling. He is the dissent of autopilot. Now, if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came out and see that what he's doing is not good, it is for Biafrans to judge. All these things, you don't read meanings into it. It is not, he didn't say, I will quietly quit. Mazi Chinedu has on many occasions with me here on this platform. He said if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came out and said, Mazi Chinedu, the present DOS, you people didn't do it right. He said he will quietly vanish into thin air. But your autopilot didn't say that. He said he will leave it for Biafrans to judge. Which means there is something at the background. That look, okay, Biafrans, do you think that I did it? Some people, the infiltrators will support him. There it becomes the real war with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Don't you know that? Sometimes we should apply common sense. We should apply common sense. Now, the question concerning the stand of IPOB. This is a fight. Mazi Chinedu on many occasions has addressed these questions every blessed broadcast he made with me here. He has addressed it several times. What we are doing is freedom fighting, not freedom joking. It has no formula, for your information. It is not something like I could remember one person before used to quote the way they did it in South Africa. It is like this. It is like no. Freedom fighting, you consider many things: the present situation, the mentality of your people, how they reason, everything, the situation we are in. You must put it into consideration in order to make or to move forward. You understand? So it is not something that we have a formula. Once you reach 15th of November, we do like this. After 30 days again, we go like this. No, it has no formula. The situation brings the formula. What Nigerian government has devised is they want to every time they want to know about Okwegwai, the dance step we bring out, IPOB bring out, so that they will use it against us. Do you understand? That is why, because when the tune of the music changes, the dancer changes the step. We should not be doing one thing every time we do. That is how they do it. No, freedom fighting. That is, it is Guadangwa. Anyhow it comes, we deal with it at that particular time. If there is this, if we see that there is something that is amiss, we change. That is freedom fighting. You will acclimatize the movement and the struggle to the time. So when people people like you will start asking, how can come and make stand? Come and make stand. The leadership said that they watch. They watch to keep our enemies blind. They don't know where we are heading to. They don't know where we are heading to, because there are many things involved which you can, if for example, if it's a private conversation with you, I will tell you some things. It's not something for the air consumption. There are many things involved, of which if you start your stand one now, the IPOB will fail woefully. So that is how it is. The leadership, they know what they are doing. So when we talk about loyalty, command and control, where as long as you know the structure being put in place, wherever they go, the leaders, now you follow. As long as you trust them, unless you don't trust them. If you don't trust, which means you don't trust the struggle. You don't trust Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because Kanu said it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a member of the DOS. Do you know that? So, many times Mazi Chinedu have said it. The DOS, the leadership of this struggle, they are not here to do something to please you, to make you happy, to make you feel good. Hey, no, but to advance the struggle. The result speaks for itself. That is it. Even if it is bitter, even if it is. Do you remember when people were clamoring? Oh, hey, why is DOS? Do something so that our leader will be transferred from DSS to Kuje prison. Have you forgotten? It became a matter. But the DOS, the leadership of this struggle, consider, because these are people that thinks. They gather everybody, critically analyze issues and say, look, this and that. Had it been our leader was, people to come to, the leadership to come to pressure and start mounting pressure, say, okay, transfer our leader to Kuje prison. At least it will be. Let me tell you, do you see, I think you saw what happened. The attack that took place, our leader would have been killed. And who will be taken? Who will be held accountable? You will be calling. You will be the first person to call DOS. Oh, it's you people. Look at you people. That is why leadership is Azanoka. They don't want to satisfy you, to make you feel good. No, what they want is, once they do something, the result is what matters, not how people feel. Do you understand? It is after the same people that will come out and say, nah, these people, after the good results. That is why the leadership should be immune as long as they are doing the right thing. Because this is a struggle. So, Mazi, this is what I want to say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. And this question cannot get enough answer because it comes in a lot of dimensions. And what I normally tell people here, this calls for intelligence, like Aneku also Revelation 13 verse 18, where he talked about the number of the beast.
Please. I am not done. I'm not done. I have something to say, please. Thank you very much.
Yes, you go on. You continue with your question. You continue with your question. But before that, what is there? It calls for intelligence. He who has intelligence can deduce or decode what he or she feels right or not. Because when it comes to DOS and Simon in Finland, what I advise people is this: okay, you are an adult, use your head and clarify which one you want to follow. But to me, what I'm saying is, as long as it doesn't jeopardize the actualization of Biafra, as long as our goal is still targeted to actualization of the land of Biafra, our land of freedom, as long as you're not against our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I am not sabotaging the effort to actualize Biafra, I support you. That is my own ideology. It might not be another person's ideology. So my brother, you can continue.
Thank you very much, my able coordinator. Mazi Jonathan, thank you very much. I heard all you said. But I am confused by some of the words. You said, I asked you a very simple question. I didn't ask you if Mazi Simon Ekpa was a member or not, but he told me he is not a member. He is not a member, but our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if Simon Ekpa is not an oath member, will our leader direct DOS to give him a slot in Radio Biafra? And you said we should follow command and control. When our leader was captured, when he was kidnapped all the way from Kenya for 8 good days, he gave the first order he gave. He asked our treasurer, a woman in UX, to transfer money. Why didn't she follow that rules, that command and control? That is where all these things start. That is where our issue started. Why didn't she follow that command and control? You said we are like sheep and you are the shepherd. You don't mind, you don't care about what we think, you don't care about what we say. But we contribute for the actualization of Biafra.
Mazi,
you keep us you don't tell us what happens, what is happening in IPOB. Mazi, you don't want us to know. You want us to follow you blindly. No, it's not done that way.
You are not following me, please. Hold on.
That is not how it should be done. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said you should give Simon Ekpa a slot. Does it mean that Simon Ekpa is the only person he knows?
Mazi, can you hear me? Are you listening? Are you hearing me?
Yes, I am hearing you. I am hearing you.
Don't quote me wrong, please. You quoted something I did not say. That is one thing, please. Because we are not here to... If you have questions like this, normally, you address it on question and answer series. All these questions has been addressed. Any person that is going back on all this is mischievous, let me tell you. Just simply mischievous. I will not mince words to tell you that. Simply mischievous. Because this thing have been treated here for more than 10 times. Every day. So when you are going all this in, which means you are one of those people. I'm telling you, I will not mince words to tell you this. Now, You say, I say about the sheep. I didn't say I'm the sheep. No, I'm the shepherd. Never. I'm not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, please, for your information. What I'm saying, I don't know, people are calling because people are being irritated with your pronouncements. I must be honest with you. Many people are irritated, highly irritated. And if I open my lines now, you will not like it. I'm telling you honestly. So what I'm saying is this. Because I didn't even envisage occupying the space, our radio, you know, this I call this bullshit. Let me say it, use this word. If you are not with us, you are against us. If after all these explanations, all this more than 1 year, you are still dabbling into this nonsense, which means you are a high infiltrator. I don't miss words. You can call me later, we talk about it. But I'm telling you this. Listen, let me speak.
With due respect.
No, can you allow me to listen? I will off you. I will off you, please. I don't.
I have every right to speak my mind.
No.
I'm not going right. No. Because please. I made my contribution with my hard-earned money.
Contribution. Let me tell you.
I have the right to speak.
Mazi, if you don't listen to me, I am the handler of this phone.
One thing with DOS is this: when you ask them simple question, you call me. You now said I'm a infiltrator. I am now one of them because I asked a simple question. It's not things are not done this way.
Let me tell you, it's not a simple question. This is not simple question. This is
our leader. Mazi, after when he's not there, you.
Listen, if I talk, you listen. Otherwise, who is this person talking, please? Who is this person? Because we don't bring this useless ranting, zoo ranting here. I will never allow it. Mazi Augustine, who is this person speaking? Because there is something I hate. If you speak, I will allow me to talk. Allow me to talk. If you don't allow me to talk, it doesn't take me a flight ticket to log you off. Direct. I am in charge of this microphone. I am not missing words. So what I'm saying, if you don't listen, I log you off. So I cannot allow you to continue ranting, talking bunkum. If you speak, allow me to talk. These questions has been going on here for ages. You understand? Now, what I'm saying is this. If you are still asking this primary question, oh, why this is a slot? Give to this and that. Okay, do you see, don't you see when that thing like, it's very unfortunate that is what we are discussing here. I'm telling you, I cannot believe it. That we are talking about that thing in Finland. Do you see when he was making advertisement about visa? So if Radio Biafra was given to him, by now maybe to log on, to even call on Radio Biafra, you will pay money, as he's doing in his platforms. Is that what we are here for? And I'm here entertaining very foolish question from somebody. I cannot believe this. This is something.
Mazi Jonathan, it's unfortunate that some glitches happen. It's unfortunate.
Mazi, you know why I'm annoyed? If I am speaking, somebody should allow me to speak. That is it. But when you are ranting,
The question was raised because I have been looking for DOS to address the issue. You don't have to be offended.
Please.
My offense is not anything that you are ranting. If I'm talking,
everybody can quiet.
If you are speaking, I listen. The whole world is
that nothing is happening.
Okay?
If you say nothing is happening, that is not truth. IPOB, we have issues. That is what I want to tell you. And if anyone would then it's not being honest.
Mazi, please. This is Radio Biafra. This is not a marketplace. I'm sorry, Mazi Jonathan has answered you. He has answered you the questions you asked him, and I commend him for that. Some people may not even have the stomach to answer these questions you ask. I'm sure you have not been listening to Radio Biafra, because if you have been listening to Radio Biafra, most of the questions you ask are the things that I have answered long ago. On the issue of the young man in Finland, it baffles me that people still talk about this young man, someone that came on air and was calling IPOB terrorists, telling Asari Dokubo that people who are insulting him are IPOB terrorists, not autopilot. Do you know if this young man was, I don't want to use the word aloud, if this young man was working with Radio Biafra since then, from now, I can bet you, someone like Uzodinma will be speaking on Radio Biafra. You'll be addressing us on Radio Biafra every time. Someone that had the temerity to insult our first lady. Someone that had the temerity to allow that woman in America, Nelly Ofebu, to use his platform to call our leaders white prostitute. Is that the kind of person we are debating here? You mentioned infighting. Infighting where? DOS, there is no fight in DOS. Someone who is not part of DOS, and you are talking about infighting. Somebody was telling me some time ago that DOS had been sacked. I was asking, who sacked DOS? Does it make sense to anybody that someone conducted election somewhere who is not a member of DOS and say he has sacked DOS? And people keep on listening to this kind of people. What is wrong with us? This is radio, for God's sake. This is international radio. Radio Biafra is the best radio in the world. And this young man here, do you know, Jonathan, you are debating with him, he's telling you the truth. And are we here to gossip or what? We're not here to gossip. We're not here to quarrel one family.
Mazi, you are now. You are not telling me what Simon ever said, but I just asked a question I asked. How is that gossip? You are not calling him names. You are not telling me what to believe or not to believe.
Please, just hold on.
This is Radio Biafra. Yes.
Everybody, hold on. I want to bring in Mazi Chinasanworu. He's here now with me, please, because this is arrant nonsense. Mazi Chinasanworu, can you hear me, please?
Ask questions. Can everybody hear me?
Mazi, Cyprus, please hold on.
I can hear you. IPOB.
Is Mazi Jonathan still online?
Of course I am.
Hello?
My goodness me. Just hold on. Mazi Chinasa, hold on. Let me bring them back. I don't know why they cannot hear me. There is something I hate. You have to be civilized in your argument. That civility is when you make your points, allow somebody else to talk. But when you continue ranting, you are an idiot. I put you in your place. I don't mince word with anybody. I'm telling you. I don't mince word. Just hold on. What is happening? Okay. Mazi, can you hear me? Can you people hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, hold on. Please hold on. Let no person be listening. Everybody listen. Mazi Chinasanworu is here with me, please. Mazi Chinasanworu, you can go on. Mazi Chinasa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I think there is network issue.
No, it's not. It's not network. It's not network. Many people are calling. I'm telling you, if I read you what people are writing me now, you will not.
Master Jonathan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me into this. Biafrans and the lovers of freedom. It's unfortunate I'm coming into this call at this particular time. The Northern Cyprus, my name is Mazi Chinasanworu. The IPOB Northern Cyprus is under my jurisdiction. And I was informed that they want to come on air for an interactive section. And as the person in charge of the region, I contacted Mazi Chinedu to give them an access based on what they wrote to me. They are coming for, to encourage and evangelize on air. But to my greatest surprise, I heard the voice of one of those guys talking. I have done a meeting with them some time ago. I gave them the opportunity for the same guy. He asked all these questions in the meeting, in one of their gatherings, and I responded to him. I spoke extensively. I gave them the opportunity to ask questions. And Mazi Jonathan, in this struggle, sometimes we have to take a very decisive step, especially when somebody comes on the Radio Biafra with the intention to come to bring up things that are irrelevant. When somebody whom we know from his utterances, he is an infiltrator. We ask people, if you do not believe in IPOB, step out of IPOB and join those people you like.
Period.
This is not their platform. You don't come on Radio Biafra to speak on issues that IPOB, somebody to come here to talk about Radio Biafra. I want to ask the person talking on Radio Biafra, tell me the date Mazi Nnamdi Kanu opened this Radio Biafra. Can you tell me the date? The date, month, and the year. Can you be able to tell me? The person who asked this question, can you tell Biafrans the date Radio Biafra was registered before they start using it to spread this gospel? Can you tell me the person, because I heard over the radio you are talking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told who what? Is the person you are calling his name, is he the first person, or is it the only person Mazi Nnamdi Kanu asked to be speaking that Biafra should listen to them? Is Biafra child not there? Is Omoto Biafra is not there? Is Ikengi Irago not there? What is this issue of a common criminal coming on? And for that reason, my success, Mazi Jonathan, you must continue with your program. And I'm asking you, this program from the people from the Middle East is aborted on Radio Biafra right now. This program cannot go on Radio Biafra. If you want to rant this kind of nonsense, go to your platform. You people have a radio in Biafra land. Go to that radio and do this message or this. If you are not here to talk things that will take this struggle forward, as the Middle East coordinator and as the person in charge of this region, I do not want people to come from this region to plant bad eggs. If you are not an IPOB member, kindly walk away from IPOB. We are not begging you. We are here before you. And you don't come to tell us what we have to do to protect this struggle. Who knows you? Who knows you? Does Mazi Nnamdi Kanu knows you? Tomorrow will he hold you responsible? Who is he going to hold responsible? Do you want me to tell you what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said when this animal refused to sign the document? Do you want me to say it on air? Every day you people come here trying to drag us back. Mazi Jonathan, I do not want to continue this conversation, and please log out from this program. These people have betrayed the trust given to them to come and discuss about Biafra, and this is the rubbish they come here today. Therefore, Biafrans, I am very sorry for bringing
Mazi, there is nothing like hello. It is simple. It is as simple as that. So there is no
one person.
Mazi Chinasa, are you there? Are you done? Okay, I think, yeah, it's gone. So, Mazi, there is nothing like hello, this and that. This is, I see it as an embarrassment and as a premeditated embarrassment. So, there is nothing, we cannot continue this, please. I'm sorry. Because we are a reasonable set of people, honestly. You know, this type of person, what I know, Biafrans, what if I read, people are demanding his number to to know him and know his background. You know, I was informed that these people are coming in order to spread the gospel of Biafra to at least. I've been even, I think sometime I even announced their meeting, and they allow somebody, a very primitive infiltrator, living in another man's land, making noise on what to do, you know, making noise on how the leadership should, you know. Mazi Chinedu want to say something now. If anything goes wrong on IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not hold you responsible. He will hold the leadership, the DOS responsible, for your information. So when people rant and shout and talk rubbish, they should understand that. That is why I said the leadership is not doing anything to make you feel happy. They are doing, as long as they are doing, going on the track. Our mission is to restore Biafra, to destroy Nigeria with the truth. That is the thing. And that is where we are going. So if somebody come on this international radio to rant, there is nothing that makes me annoyed rather than when you are speaking, I will allow you, but when I want to talk, you are still ranting. I'm not that type of person that has patience. I treat you as an animal you are. You know, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say we fight that. If you want to fight even in the gutter, before you land in the gutter, I want to go to Baigadia. So that is the thing. Something that has been treated, for so long. Every day questions are coming. People are, you know, asking questions, the same thing. Now, and if you are speaking, trying to put clarity, the person will be ranting and ranting and ranting. You can form your group. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say, anything you can do to restore Biafra, do it. If you can form your group and you know, get people, you know, no person, no IPOB will talk against you. You understand? No person, no IPOB will talk against you. But once it concerns IPOB, you must be obedient and loyal to the structure, to how it runs. That is it. If you are not happy, you simply walk away. After all, our deputy walked away. Our deputy, he walked away. And you see him. You see him now. If you elect Asare Dokubo as a president, go here, go there. Nothing. No Tiger say want to Biafra, right? The other time I saw he said now they want to do election for parliamentary and the chancery of Biafra. $50 for people in diaspora and 15,000 naira for people in the zoo. That is how pathetic. You know, they want to turn this our struggle into a child's play, pathetic child's play, so that people will never take us serious. That is what they want. That is what they are doing, because this is what the Nigerian government wants them. You know, to turn it into that Igbo thing. Igbo, you know, Igbo meetings everywhere. That is it. Now that everywhere, our leader started this and by saying that, look, this is not Igbo group or Igbo thing. No, this is Biafra, because everything Igbo thing, it goes with a born cause. Before you know, they divide into subgroups. Before you know, they rubbish everything, because it is their mentality. Excuse me, I have to take a sip of water. So, what we are doing is heading towards the restoration of Biafra through IPOB style. You can do that. You can do your own through your own style. Give your own name. It doesn't matter. You can do your own thing. But do you see what ectoparasites do? They know that they can never start from the scratch. They tried. They always try in order to pitch on IPOB. That is where I always get mad. Why pitch on IPOB? Why calling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is our leader? Why not do your own thing? Call yourself your leader, instead of pitching on IPOB. Now, so that you get legitimacy, you gather people, you gather legitimacy in order to unleash. We know this. The former Iruanya them, that is how they behaved. That is what they do. They continue calling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu our leader, until the time they know that their game is over. Now, they turn against our leader. That is it. So, I am surprised and really that somebody will start bringing this type of discussion that has been treated for so long. Every blessed day brought it, and the question Mazi Chinedu said something that the same guys, he asked the same question during their private meeting as the continental rep, Middle East rep, and it's answered, and he brought it to show you that these people, what they want is Kahantisha. That is the only thing they want. They want to make Biafra struggle a joke. that is what they want. Our Biafra struggle a joke. That is why all they go on is criminality, sponsoring criminality. Do you know that criminality is what killed Masob? I hope you know that. When they remove themselves from the struggle, now looking for money, kidnapping, and getting ransom. Money don't sweet everybody. Now they forget about Biafra and start talking about ransom money. He go something now, and Masob was rendered dead. Do you understand? Masob was rendered impotent. They want to do the same thing. That is why IPOB will come every time shouting, no criminality. Even our leaders said it. Do you know that? I used to say this right from time. Many of, even including me, I supported it that look, we need to be, to sponsor this struggle, we need to at least engage in bank robbery and kidnapping of all these politicians in Igbo land, so that our prominent people, so that they give us the money. Our leader look and say, if you try it, say bye-bye to Biafra. If you try it, say bye-bye to Biafra. That the criminality, IPOB will never support criminality. It's impossible. And it's now that I understand the reality of what he said. By that time, many of us now, this thing could target penny half. If you enter into kidnapping, look at criminals that are using the name of ESN. What matters to them is to snatch car. Some snatch car and dash it to their girlfriends. Some snatch car, they sell. No, that is what living life. All is about money. Who talk about Biafra? They'll just use the Biafra pretext. And with it, the Nigerian government will say, okay, these are criminals. They are not fighting for freedom. But I used to say, thank God that this IPOB is championed by people in the diaspora. People that have seen many things, underwent many things outside. I'm telling you. That is the thing. So, I stopped that conversation, please. Because that is how it is. It doesn't matter how you feel. So, our Lolo, he said something. He said he don't care about gossipers. He don't care about gossipers, because highest thing You will gossip, open your laptop in your room and write, as many of them are doing. Gossip. Talk on, send a voicemail on WhatsApp. Gossip. After everything, you will close your laptop and sleep. Or you will go to your work, or you start doing, and that one is gone. And IPOB will continue. That is it. That is freedom fighting. It is fighting from all corners. So before I close this, there is this clip I played. I want to replay, but I have somebody that want to. Let me give you that benefit of doubt. Let me say, Mazi, can you hear me? Sorry, even I forgot that you're online.
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi. Can you hear me as well?
The whole world is hearing you, please.
Thank you very much, my big brother, Mazi Jonathan. I salute you so much for the good job that you are doing. I appreciate you so much, and dear friends, I appreciate you. Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, anywhere you are, may our ancestors guide and protect you. Dear friends all over the whole world, I salute you. Those of you that hear Onyendu voice and come out, and you are doing the needful. Even up to now that he's not around, I salute you. The DOS and the HOD, Mazi Sanwo-Olu, I hear your voice. I know you are angry by coming out because of some things that is going on now in this hallowed platform. Biafrans are calling us, so I know everybody are angry. If you go to social media, we hear it. But I call Mazi, is your brother, who go calling you from UK at the moment. I just want to use this opportunity to tell Mazi, you see, it's not that some of us that call this radio that we are bigger than other people. No, we are not. Mazi have put us in a place where everybody is supposed to be. Some of us are rich, some of us are average rich, some of us are poor. But when we go to meeting, when they ask you as a big man, clear the chair, sweep the hall, we do it without no asking no questions. My coordinator is hearing my voice. If I'm lying, he's gonna come and say I'm lying. We do everything in the meeting, and it's for our people to know that we are not doing umunna meeting or Ibekuli or something. No, we are setting an example to usher in a land where everybody will know what to do. But this particular guy himself, that is the reason why I call. He did not come here to make any point. He came here for autopilots to hear his voice. That's all. That's the reason why he came here.
That's it. I know.
Yes. He came here so that if he threat us, we hear their voice. Oh, that he's debating with them in their radio. Maybe they will go and cut and join it. Oh, you can see. They don't know even how to answer questions. These are the people. Allah call, what do you call them again? Ectoparasites. These are them. There is no need to hide the word. If it is possible, this is me saying, my own word, we never suppress other Biafran's word. If it is possible to close down that Cyprus, close it down, because if you are against us, if you are against IPOB, he will never forgive you. The same way, if you come here to against IPOB, we will never forgive you. You can against him, he will forgive you. But if you are against IPOB, no, there is nobody that will be against IPOB. I get to I'm the person. These are the only thing we have. This IPOB restoration is the only thing we have. Only. The same way Mazi was crying. Do not call ESM from abroad. ESM is all what we have. This infiltrators, this that is why tell me why Fulani, a 14 years old boy will not rape a woman of 60 years in her farm because this man told you, don't call ESM from abroad so that you will not compromise their security. What happened? He was kidnapped. Some idiots are still calling, listening to one buffalo idiot who we do not even know where his father comes from. If Alamajiri born him and keep him in Biafra land, because this is what they do before the war and after the war. They born some bastards and keep them in Biafra land. People like Kwemado, people like Zik, them, people like HAUSA, people like this are Fulani agents in our land. Give them to suppress Igbo and Biafrans. And open Ohaneze for us. And the same way they open, what do they call them? The same way they bring, what they call those ones in America, Igbo World Congress. These are a bunch of idiots. They cannot speak. It's only IPOB speak. They cannot do anything for their person, for their own people. Speak when their own people are being killed. Look at what is happening in Nigeria now. Every day, one tribe, people, if they don't say you put a speaker, they say they will throw you in Lagoon. If they don't say they will throw you in Lagoon, they say they will chase you away, they will burn your property. If you don't vote this person by force, none of these idiots call themselves Igbo World Congress or whatever can even say, stop this. None of them. It's only IPOB. And one idiot living in Cyprus, we come in this radio now, rubbish. Because you people he just wanted the infiltrators to hear his voice on Radio Biafra that he's arguing. What are you going to argue? If the DOS would have given this guy this radio, by now, our everything IPOB has is been dead in the international community because the nude of that lady he shared will be in that IPOB platform. Mazi, let me remember. The nude, if the DOS are not wise and give this guy the temerity to go ahead and operate Radio Biafra. By now, this agent them plot. This agent, they will be even causing the US. Why did you even do it? We even want Mazi and Kanu say give him. Why can't you just investigate him before you give him? We did not give him because the DOS have seen it. Now they come out here. DOS, why you didn't give him the radio that Mazi told you? Who told you that? Who told you? Mazi said the DOS is the highest. These people cannot do. These people, Mazi always said, Alamadiri, come with your slate. Biafrans, come with your book. Alamadiri, come with your book. Biafrans, come with their slate. Mad people everywhere. He told you that DOS is the highest command. The highest command. Mazi can only sit in a meeting with them, and the DOS can decide for Mazi how to play it. Ndara. This is why they call the DOS. Mazi is leading them, yes, but they can make a rule. They can make a law for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. People everywhere. They are the highest command of this Nobel peace, this freedom, highest command.
Thank you.
Whatever they say, my people. He just came for other people to hear his voice. Therefore, Mazi Chinedu, I beg you, I am kneeling down. Spell all those Cyprus autopilot, they are autopilot as far as I'm concerned. Spare them. Let them go to the zoo and die. Mad people everywhere. Mazi, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
We will never punish innocent people. That is the thing. Why I continue in that. When I understand, I answer the first question. It was a group call, and the people, they will come back anyway. I couldn't log him in, out, personally. It was a group call of more than 10 people, or 10. So that is the thing. So I was expecting the coordinator, the admin, to cut and log him off. That is it. But I will bring them back to make their final remarks anyway. But before that, as I'm bringing them, let me take I use the idea now, taking just a few calls, please. Let me take this call. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, the platform is yours. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mazi. I can hear you very well.
Go on, please. Go on. Make it brief, because I will round up. I will let them round up.
Please. We don't need distraction. This is distraction.
Of course it is.
I'm hearing somebody because of this. So that means they have win now. Don't want to hear this type of statement.
I didn't mean we'll start hearing this type of thing or agree this type of thing. We couldn't have been here. So the family must go on.
Mazi, are you still there?
I'm here.
Go on. Okay, go on.
Okay, hadn't you been hearing me since?
Go on. No, I was here. You cut just a few seconds. Go on.
Okay, because I don't know. So please continue with the initial plan. Please let us know the attention. Please allow them to finish up the program, please.
Of course.
And without anybody talking, so you want the plan of the enemies to call a family said to close a family down. No, I don't want to hear this type of thing. Please continue with the initial plan. Please go on. When it's time to call, please continue with the initial plan. Even if it is not yet time to open, please.
No, I think that today I will open the lines. The lines is, people are flooding in. I don't want people to use annoyance and speak against Ndichie. Yeah. Please go on. Welcome back and please try to round up. Mazi, can you hear me? Mazi Cyprus, can you hear me? I forgot the name. Mazi,
hello.
Yes, unmute yourself. Can you hear me? Please go on.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. The whole world is listening. Everywhere is awash. Please.
IPOB, please. It's unfortunate even what happened a few minutes ago on people from the North Cyprus. We wouldn't, because of one person did something and closed down everything. So we want to use this opportunity to say that
Mazi, it will be that they have won. They have won. Hey, they will be celebrating.
Who?
No, if we do that, it will mean to them that they have won. The infiltrators have won in Cyprus. They may go everywhere because of them.
Yeah, so we want to use this opportunity to, talk to the whole world that we are still loyal to the struggle. We are loyal to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and we are loyal to the authorities and the setup of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I want to use this opportunity to tell everybody listening to us worldwide what one person did. What happened is it doesn't represent everybody's image. And our ideas and our thoughts is still with what our able leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, said, and on his leadership apparatus that he's put in place. That is the people we listen to and the people we're loyal to. So, on behalf of our brothers and our family here in North Cyprus, we try to say, we'll make things right. It's in-house. We'll make it right within ourselves. So, opportunity now we have now is to advise and to implore everybody living around Lefkosha and living around Maguza. I'll drop a phone number you can use to get around. You can use to get across to us. Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you, not only me. Go on, please, continue.
So for our people living in North Cyprus, Lefkosha, living in Lefkosha, North Cyprus, this is the number you can get across to us. +90 53 91 03 7418. I repeat again, +90 53 91 03 7418. Everybody living around Lefkosha, Goyeli, everywhere, you can call. If you have a problem, join us on WhatsApp. It's a WhatsApp number, it's a direct number. You can call and get across to us. We are able and capable to help you do anything you want to do and bring you into our family, because we all are one. Of our brothers living around from Augusta and Maguza, this is the number you can get to. +90 53 91 03 09 71. I repeat again, +90 5391030971. Call the number, add the number on your WhatsApp. Anything you want about IPOB, any information you need around Maguza Famagusta, call on that number. At this juncture, I would like to bring in other people to speak. Please, since it says rounding up, let's try and make it jiffy so that everybody will have their own time to speak. So, our brothers, let's get on with it.
Good evening and good morning, good afternoon and good evening, depending on where you are hearing us from. My name is Ogunye Jachi Kechibozo. I'm from Ihiala in Ihiala local government. I am the financial secretary, national financial secretary to IPOB family, Cyprus, Northern Cyprus. I sincerely want to say that I am very happy that we joined this platform. And I want to tell the world today that there's nothing that will change the mind of all of us in this Northern Cyprus from joining hands with the struggles of actualizing the dreams of Biafra. And I am one of the persons that always wants to be a serious part in this dream, because that is my dream, my prayers every day, because we really need to bring our children out of enslavement, perpetual enslavement, and we need to make the generations to come to have a place called home, a place that is safe, a place that is highly technical, and a place that is highly safe for everyone. Thank you and God bless all of us. Thank you and God bless our dreams. Thank you and God bless our motherland, Biafra land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our National Financial Secretary. A very capable and trustworthy IPOB member. Our coordinator in Maguza. Maguza coordinator, please come online. Maguza coordinator, are you there? Till he comes back. IPOB worldwide, IPOB family everywhere, you can hear us. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, depending on where you're listening to us. This is an opportunity to advise each and every one of us. This struggle we are partaking now might not be for our own use or for our own good, but rather for the good of our own children and our unborn children and our children and other people coming after us. We pray that we see the Biafra that we're fighting for. In every struggle that we partake in, the actualization and the goal is the result. And the result in this struggle is to actualize Biafra. So I want to advise every one of us, no matter where we are, let us stand strong. And we give an trust in the process. Trust the process, trust the leadership. We know that it might not be comfortable for one or few people. But yes, our leader, he needs 100 core members. Are you among the 100 core members? So we want to implore every one of us, let us be among that 100 hardcore. That tomorrow, like something Mazi Jonathan said, we got in the mirror. Yes, that you are hardcore, that you are sent. Because what happened in Kosovo is Kosovans in diaspora that brought about the independence of Kosovo. So we in the diaspora, we have a big role to play to actualize Biafra. Our brothers and sisters, our mothers, look at what see the carnage happening back home. Nehemiah and also, Imo State has now turned to burial ground. Anambra is also turning to a burial ground now. Our youths are dying in numbers. Every day they are just dying off, just for no reason. And nobody's asking questions. Nothing is accountable. Our farms are no longer safe again. People are now sabotaging on the struggles of our ESN. What is happening is most of us living abroad are well established back home. I'll use myself as an example. Even Menji of Tobodo, when my other brother was kidnapped, he was kidnapped, pure and direct. After we paid the ransom, I had to pick up whatever I have and left Nigeria. They told him that they were looking for me. They were looking, just that they couldn't find me. They had to kidnap him. Is it a place that I can take my children back to? We are fighting this fight to bring the betterment of our land. Let us all join hands together. Our brothers back home are dying. This world is going for our brothers in diaspora, especially in Nigeria. We have a huge part to play. We have a huge role to play in this actualization of our dream, Biafra. Because they know that Biafra will be better than Japan. They know that the freedom of Africa, the freedom of black race is our homeland, Biafra. So they're doing everything to stop it from coming. But it's our job now. Here, bro, we have almost all the, what will I say, almost all the social amenities we have. There's internet, there's electricity, there's good road, there's water. What if all those things are back in our land? Any Bolada? Let us come together. Everything I'm saying now is for us to come together, especially our brothers in diaspora. And every cent you put down will help this our struggle, especially ESN. That is where I put ESN, because the security of our land, if our land is safe, things will start to get better. Our land is no longer safe, especially Imo State. That's the bloodsucker of a governor, killing people on daily basis. Daily basis is too long. Let me say on hourly basis, both reported and unreported news. Imagine the number of people that have been declared dead that has been reported. What of those that weren't reported? Those that were killed in the middle of the forest. Our brothers will just go missing for no reason. Let us come together. It might look so difficult, or it might look as if we don't have no direction, but we have a direction. And we of Biafra, and we shall be alive. That's my prayer. All of us will be alive and enjoy our struggle. Yes, our children will see the labor that we put down to make them safe and to make our home. Because where you call home is where you feel safe. You can't call an unsafe place home. That is what we are fighting for. So especially our brothers here in North Cyprus, we have our target. We wouldn't say it online here, but it's in-house within us. We have a target and we're working towards the target. And we will make IPOB proud. We will make Biafra land proud. And we'll make our mark that anywhere they say IPOB North Cyprus, they know that yes, we have people here. Thank you and God bless everybody.
Welcome.
Ndewo Mazi. Mazi, are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. Thank you very much. But you people have not, okay, you made mention of one telephone number, right?
Yes.
Can you repeat it, please? Can you repeat it for the public?
Okay, 1 minute. Let me get it back. Okay, 1 minute, please. For people living in Magusa, that's Famagusta area, this is the number you get through to. +90 53 91 03 09 71. I'll call it again. +90 53 91 03 09 71. This is for people living in Magusa and Famagusta region. And for people living around Lefkosha, Gonyeli, Kochmenko, Alekoi, as long as it's around Lefkosha, this is the number you get to. +90 53 91 03 74 I repeat it again. Plus 905391037418. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
IPOB.
One family.
IPOB.
One family.
One family.
This is Mazi. This is Mazi Igwenyere. Can you hear me?
Mazi, go
yes,
on.
The whole world is
hearing you.
That's the corruption. Okay. Mazi Jonathan, we most sincerely apologize.
Mazi, are you there?
I think our brother is having he's having some technical glitches. But generally what he wants to say is that for what happened before, he wants to attend an unreserved apology. What happened before.
We apologize once again. And I believe that Biafrans, wherever they may be, will sincerely accept our apologies. As I said earlier, I'm from Olu, Uberu. And we all know, Nonabai, Noberu, na Olu, and ndị na nkwere na ụmụnne ebe aka ihe ndị a na-ebe ebe aka ndị amị ma ndị ebube agụ na ụmụnne na-ebu ndị be anyị. Ana m agwa ndị be anyị na ha kara obi na ihe ka nte bịakwutere ndị n'ọnụ mana anyị ga-ama ihe anyị ga-eme mgbe anyị nwa na onwe anyị sokwe ihe a na-eme anyị ka o si anyị n'aka mgbe e were Sarikin Fulani wee mee gọvanọ ndị Imo steeti mgbe aka ndị be anyị ga-atụ mana achọ onye a enwe ihe ndị ekwetara ime mgbe ahụ ndị na-aga ọrụ asị ha aga ọrụ ndị na-eme ihe dị agha asị ha ga-eme akpọchisi ebe ọbụla ihe dịka otu izu ma ụzọ abụọ ụzọ dị mma ga-agba ọsọ mana ndị be anyị nwe otu echiche ha na-adị ha ama ihe mmadụ ha ama ihe mmadụ iprotest o ime ihe dị aga mana nke ahụ agago. Hello?
Can you speak in English? There are some people that don't understand Igbo too. There are Biafrans that don't understand.
Sorry about that. So what I'm saying is this: we IPOB and North Cyprus were formidable, and we love IPOB so much. That is why we gather 2 times in a month. And when you come there, you realize that these people truly believe in Biafra. We don't have many infiltrators among us, but in every 12, you must have a Judas in every 12. That's what we have to understand. If we have someone like Uchemefo, if Uchemefo could do what he did, who else would not do? We know all these things. So what am I saying? I'm telling our people in Olo to buckle up, to understand that the war is already in our doorsteps. Some of us are waiting for them to blow the trumpet that the war has started. But Fulani understand that the kind of war they will fight. They cannot declare war, conventional war, as the case may be. They cannot do that. So that's why they are fighting the kind of war they are fighting today. More or less a guerrilla warfare. That is what the Nigerian government has indulged in. Once again, I want to encourage our people in Olo to come out en masse, protest against this evil that has come to our doorsteps. We must stop it. And not only Olo people, I want to also tell people from Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Abia and other places, the rivers, that they should come out and fight this evil. We have this problem. When something happens, in Imo, it's in Imo, it's in Anambra, on the Enugu, on the Nka. No! As long as I'm concerned, I don't know what is Imo, Anambra, Ebonyi. As far as the Fulani man is concerned, he doesn't know what is Imo, Anambra, and Ebonyi. We are all Igbo people. We are all Biafrans. That is why they are fighting everybody. Please, I'm asking everybody to make sure that we support IPOB in whatever way we can support IPOB. And secondly, we should stop gossiping. We must listen to Radio Biafra. you'll find out that most of people who always talk against what we are doing today or follow infiltrators are those who don't listen to Radio Biafra. More than 99% of them don't listen to Radio Biafra. I endeavor. I'm a researcher here. I'm a researcher here in Eastern Mediterranean University, but I have all the time in the world to listen to Radio Biafra every day. I'm not exaggerating. I listen to Radio Biafra so that I will learn more. Everything that had to do with IPOB, with Biafra, when I left Nigeria, my people were rejoicing. They were very happy. I was in Abuja. I was a practicing lawyer in Nigeria, in Abuja. I was going to court every day. They were scared that something could happen to me. I was with Onyendu all the while. I was going to meetings in Abuja. I was ready to take the bullet. If that was what it was required for me, for us to have Biafra, I wouldn't mind. Please, I'm begging all of us, wherever we may be, let us come together and make sure that IPOB is taken to another level. Biafra will come. Biafra we must have. Nobody born of a woman can stop Biafra, like our leader will always say. We must have Biafra. Whatever the shenanigans, whatever they are doing, the zoo government is doing, they cannot stop Biafra. They cannot. All the whatever election they are going to have next year will never have any effect on us. Biafra must come. They can't stop us, whether they like it or not. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, our coordinator from Maguza, a well-learned man. And Mazi Jonathan, what happened before? Can you hear me?
Yeah, God, yes.
Yes, what happened before? Our brother is among my family member. I know him personally. He's still a formidable member. I know his character. I know how he behaves. It's not personal. Whatever he said is not personal. That is his attitude. Anybody you see from the Left Kosha family knows him well and knows this is where he acts. He's not a violent person. He's not a violent person. That's just his attitude. He's just inquisitive. He just wants to know more. I think he needs to get more and more information, which we will handle in-house. So what I'm saying is, let's not take it personal. Let us not take it personal. Whatever he did, maybe he got PTSD or whatever, but I think that this is his attitude, this is his character. Not I think, but this is who he is. This is his attitude, but it's a very formidable. This is somebody I can tell you that he's very, 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 very formidable. He's very, very passionate. It is just that, as knowing anybody without information is just as good as dead. So I think I will provide more information to him for him to understand. So once again, I'd like to say thank you to every IPOB member and to every Biafran and every IPOB member here in North Cyprus. And I would like to invite our General Coordinator for his speech. General Coordinator.
Thank you, Mazi.
Anybody want to say?
Yes, please. Before our General Coordinator will say something. This is still the National Financial Secretary. On behalf of Northern Cyprus, the national executives, I want to say a very big thank you to all of us who made contributions, who set their minds and who reacted and who calmed down, because we all are having the same dream, working towards the same aim. Because when I listen to one person that calls himself president of one zoo country, that said that's what happened in 1960, I laughed because I think that man doesn't know what he's saying, because this Biafra of a thing is not just a joke. It's never a joke. And it is something that is inborn from generation to generation, and it's a very great country, bigger than what they think. So I believe so much that this Biafra must come. It has already come. So nothing on earth will stop it. Nothing on earth will stop Biafra from coming. And Biafra will be one of the best countries that will ever exist in Africa. even in the world, because I believe that one day we will lead the world just like America is doing. So what I'm saying in all this, in your sense, is this: we, the Northern Cyprus, we are in full support, and a lot of us have lots and lots of plans, good plans and good aims and good ideology to chip in to Biafra struggles. So I want to thank every one of us again and say, may God bless and protect us so that we will be alive to achieve our dreams. Amen.
Jonathan, I want to apologize once again and also thank you for giving us this platform for us to express ourselves and for us to voice out to the Biafra that IPOB in Northern Cyprus remains consistent. I also want to thank you for your efforts. Once in a while, I can't say every time, I listen to Radio Biafra. I listen to you, I learn more. Next time I listen to Radio Biafra, I learn more, and it's the best place to understand things, and the best place to, when you are coming to your pen and paper, after your program, the person will achieve something, which I really appreciate about it. Myself, I'm from Delta State. What I said before, I'm from Abo. You can give me just 1 second, let me address my people with our language. Mazi.
Go on.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Cyprus. Also, I Guinea, also I Left Coast, also I Magoza. And then meeting. Magoza, they meeting in a month. We meeting Left Coast. Do they bring irrelevant? Do Bamos or Bia? You will see what I did to Aquala. Did Nigeria make the anyone I be meeting no I let the Cyprus because in Nigeria when Nigeria on carry Cyprus were Ali here. Ali need any but anytime you want Cyprus. Do you do Cyprus make any more or anyone man? Now recommend we're meeting IPOB, not many where Biama. Mazi, thank you again. I want also to thank our rep Mazi for the opportunity. Every time I call them, he will always be there for me, no matter any time. Even 1 a.m., 4 a.m., just call them. He will definitely answer. I also thank him for his efforts. I want to thank him for his courage. I want to thank him for always being there for us. We respect him. I want to say IPOB Northern Cyprus, still love him, and we love what he's doing for us. We thank you much again. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan.
Mazi Jonathan, before we let you go, I will get in touch with you privately through our national coordinator, because our national financial secretary is a renowned chemist, and there are ways he can help us in the actualization of Biafra. But this will be a private talk because we don't know who is listening to this program.
Of course, please do. Please do.
I will do that shortly.
Yeah, you can inbox me privately. No problem.
All right, I will do that shortly. Thank you very much. And may Chukwu Kabiama bless all Biafrans anywhere you are listening to us.
Thank you very much. I think, thank you very much. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, as I said, I will not be able to open the lines, please. As I said earlier, because even in the next 10 minutes or so, I have another meeting, honestly. So, another schedule. So, Today there will be no opening of lines. We've had it. We will never, because of one person, we condemn or sentence every people. No. When you do that, it means the enemies, they feel that they have won. You understand? Hey, Tishanandia. Hey, Tishanandia. No. We must be always working with our brains. That is why we are human beings. We outsmart our enemies. That is one thing Igbo politicians have not been able to learn, how to outsmart the caliphate. Instead, they allow the caliphate to outsmart them, always. I see one of the main reasons is because of their greed, personal greed. They allow the caliphate to outsmart them. If they want to react, they will keep them at bay with money or with political position, political posts. Keep this, stay there. Do you understand? And they will agree. Look at what is happening in our land. Let me ask, these 14 people that we are massacred by the vampire of Imo State through his chief Mozambique, or what do they call him, Mayor Mozambique. The Ohaneze Ndigbo, have you asked yourself, did the Ohaneze Ndigbo officially make a statement about concerning all those gruesome murder? The answer is no. Look at how they are destroying our places, our properties, killing us. More than 10 dead bodies were found, recently slaughtered in Nobi, in Anambra State. Do you see it? Do you see the danger of Nigeria to us? When Soludo was there, when he never entered into the mainstream governance, he was pretending as if he was, he will be a very nice person. He will do this. Look at now. The danger of Nigeria against us is this. As long as Nigeria is being maintained, it is to our detriment. Do you understand that? It is because right from beginning, Nnamdi Azikiwe agreed and allowed agreed for our people to be used as cementing gum and cement in order to gum Nigeria. Do you understand what it means? That is why every time they will tell you, the statement in Nigeria is that, Igbos, they are everywhere. They are the cement gumming the blocks of Nigeria. Who allowed it? Our first politicians that knows everything. When you know too much, know that you're a novice. You don't know nothing. When you think that you know everything, you don't know nothing. You're just fooling yourself, I'm telling you. Azikiwe instituted sacrificing Igbo blood for Nigeria to continue existing. Therefore, it doesn't matter, even if it's your father, as long as he's entering into Nigeria politics, he is going there to continue making Nigeria one. And what does it mean? Using our blood as sacrifice. Because that is what Britain instituted Nigeria to be using Igbo blood to continue cementing Nigeria. That is the reality. For how long should we continue this? When we talk about Igbo, don't think that is about Biafrans. Ejo, Efik, Ibibi, all inside. I will play this clip of this man another day. which I played before. He said, when you in Igbo land, go to Enugu in Igbo land, go to, he said, Nnewi, go to Weri, go to Cross River, go to Akwa Ibom. He mentioned them as Igbo land because that is what is inside them. What they don't differentiate. But now will people understand? Primitivity will not allow some people to understand. That is why the Fulani they on top. The man was preaching not to everybody, to them, the northern Christians, people that are being displaced, slaughtered, their villages taken over by the Janjaweed, the Fulani. They are listening. Do you see why I always call the indigenous people in Nigeria as the most stupid set of human beings on earth? The Fulani man gather them like little rats and be preaching to them the gospel of not. You are not. It doesn't matter you are a Christian. You are not an. But how many churches are they burning in the north, the so-called north? Who is doing it? The Fulani, the ISIS, because they are the people in the ISIS, they are the headsmen, they are the Boko Haram. Don't you see? Their manipulation. Election is coming, their manipulation has started. When it finishes, they will do more. They are taking over the lands of their so-called northern indigenous population that are northerners. But now, don't vote for a southerner. We, in as much as we are not in the Nigerian politics or Nigerian electioneering, but we follow all these things. We make reference for you to understand the mentality. Therefore, Biafra is our religion. Biafra is where we worship. We will never allow anybody or a group of people in order to divert our attentions in what we are doing. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Do not forget our atonement, I think on the 4th and 5th of October, if I am not mistaken. Let me just check it. I saw it somewhere and I have to be correct about the date. I have to be correct. Let me see. I think the 4th and 5th of October. Atonement. We must continue working hard. Consistency is what the enemy fears most. Consistency in what you are doing, in our quest. Anytime you wake up, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the night, what you need, you say the same thing. It makes our enemy mad, jittery. That is the reality. We must continue in our quest for the restoration of Biafra. Therefore, what is going on in Biafra land, the killing in Imo State, the killing in Anambra by Soludo, the killing in many parts of Biafra land, it is not going unnoticed. We are watching it, seeing it, and something needs to be done. Therefore, every of our efforts are needed in order to actualize our actions. Biafra, IPOB is leading the Biafra struggle. That one is for sure. IPOB is leading the Biafra struggle. If you know any way you can contribute to your quota, even outside IPOB, do. After all, Nwadu Juanya is not an IPOB member, but he steered the discourse, international high-profile discussion about Biafra without precedent. That is our contribution. So, That is what it means. Thank you for listening, please. I think another day tomorrow we will open the lines so that people will call or call another day, but today no. Thank you for listening. From me, from here, it is simply good evening.
What a man with a great vision. What a man with a great ambition. What a man with a great mission. And he.
So we do have some time now for questions from the audience. I wonder if we should just take a few, and then we can respond to them all together. So, okay.
Thank you. I have a question. What's the difference between the U.S. debt and the debt that African nations own? Because the U.S. debt doesn't keep the U.S. from being one of the leading powers of the world, but then African nations can't make it because of that debt that is strangling them.
Should I talk? Okay. The first question is a very important question. What makes African and third world debt different from the American debt? Number one, America is never going to pay its debts. It doesn't have to. Its debts are in its own currency. We can simply print it. The African debt is not in its currency. The African debt is in US dollars. Africa has to earn the US dollars, and the only way it can earn the US dollars is not to be assassinated for growing its own food and becoming independent and doing something that the United States does not like. The principle underlying the foundation of the World Bank, the International Bank for IBRD, research, the World Bank, is that no country should grow its own food. Africa and the third world should only grow export crops. To export, in order to have an oversupply of cocoa and other tropical raw materials, to keep down the price, they must buy their grain from the United States or Europe, so that if they do something that we don't like, we can do what America tried to do to China in the 60s. We can sanction them. We can say, we're going to starve you. We're going to not export any grain to you. So owing their foreign debt in dollars means that they have to somehow sell something that the United States wants, not what they want. I think the most evil organizations in the world today are the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And my book, Super Imperialism, that I wrote in 1972, is all about that. The largest purchasers of the book were the Defense Department and the CIA. I was immediately, the organization I worked for was given a $75,000, $85,000 Defense Department contract for me to come to explain to them how American imperialism worked, and they used it as a how to do it book. They thought it was just spontaneous, and I had written the book thinking that socialists in third world countries would do something about it, and indeed it was translated into Spanish and other languages, but it was really the Defense Department that applied most of this, and I was amazed when I was invited to the White House to explain how imperialism worked. And my boss said, we've run rings around the British imperialists. This is how to do it. You make them owe the debts in your currency, not their own. You control their central bank and make them financially dependent on you, and then you've got a stranglehold for them. So certainly the third world countries should cancel the debts under the odious debt principle. I haven't been able to convince any of them to do it because they said if we do that, the CIA will kill us. So how do you break that cycle? That's a problem I've not been able to solve.
The other thing, when you were responding to the first question, There's also something we're suffering from in Africa, the devaluation of currency as another way of...
Devaluation of?
The currency.
Oh, currency, yes.
As a way of keeping us dependent continuously.
That's a good point. When a country devalues a currency, what are they devaluing? Well, you know, there's a world price for grain, a world price for aluminum, a world price for raw materials. The only thing that they can really devalue is the price of their labor. So when Africa or Latin America or Greece is told to, or America is told to devalue the currency, what that means is pay labor less. You have to squeeze out more to pay the top of the economic pyramid, to suck it all up to the top 10% or 1% or 0.1%. So devaluation is basically an anti-labor policy to prevent a domestic market and prosperity from developing. That is why China and Russia are saying, we don't want to be part of the dollar area. We want our own currency, and we'll only borrow in our own debt. Last time I went to China, it was a little annoying because they insisted in paying me in yuan, which all these little red bills that you have to go to a bank to turn in, and yet they said, well, we're following your advice. What do you complain about? So... what can I do? It's a good idea, but at least they don't want any part of American sanctions.
Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man with a... Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man with a... Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man with a... Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man with a... Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man with a... Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man with a... Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man with a... Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man with a... Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man with a... Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man with a... Race Morgan. What a man with a great t-shirt. What a man really. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a. Raise them again. What a man with a great vision. What a man really. Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Race Morgan. What a man with with a great vision. What a man with a Brace the Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Brace the Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Brace the Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Brace the Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Brace the Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Brace the Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a Brace the Morgan. What a man with a great vision. What a man with a What a man with a great vision. What a man with a
before you, proud to be a servant of such a heroic people. Today I stand before you to proclaim that our heroic youth in the various fronts have turned the tide of this war. They have smashed all enemy offensives directed at our destruction. In the air, they have destroyed systematically the sinews of Nigeria's military might. The Biafran Air Force, small as it is, has stopped the entire oil flow of Nigeria from the mainland world. All protestations to the contrary by the British Broadcasting Corporation and Harold Wilson are mere wishful thinking. Our gallant boys are men tempered of steel. They have wrested the initiative from the Gawan enemy, and the Nigerian hordes are in trepidation and on the point of rout. The confusion of the enemy in the battlefields is only matched by the confusion in his home. Fight on, brave boys, fight on, heroes of our fatherland. Pursue the enemy, harass him, destroy the invader. March on, brave boys, now that victory is in sight. March on and hasten the disintegration of the enemy already set in motion. March on, young men.
Massacre and the May massacre, which, as you know, was therefore pushing us towards a scenario where if you're outside eastern region of Nigeria, you're not safe as an Igbo person, or you're not safe if you're an Eastern. In Lagos, the first person they killed was someone who looked like an Igbo person. It's Captain Ekenem on Carter Bridge. They just looked at him and said, "You look Igbo." They killed him. He's from Calabar. Okay? In Yoruba land, in Abeokuta, in Ibadan, in Lagos, nowhere was safe for the Igbo person. In Lagos, they go from door to door, they knock on your door and they say, Toro. If you say Toro like the Igbo person, they realize they're Igbo and they killed you. Some of the houses were dubbed So Brother. So you know which one belongs to the Yoruba, which one belongs to the Igbo. So the Igbos have to leave Lagos. If you give the account of those who are famous like Chinedu, he has to make his way and escape from Lagos. Okay? So they were after them. So nowhere therefore was safe for an Igbo person. So they decided to have a conference. This happened in July, and come September, the conference was going on, and this was going on, they had more killings in the north. The killing was such that Gowon himself had to appeal and ask them, for God's sake, stop killing. That's enough now. Yeah, they carried on killing. And the type of killing is not just, they killed you with impunity. They have all sorts of methods of killing people. People were buried in whales. They just dumped them inside the well and sealed the well. Pregnant women were have their womb ripped up and the children killed. The women were rounded off from, if you like, nursing colonies, from nursing schools, and sent to leper colonies to be gang raped by lepers. There's no atrocity visit on the people of Eastern region. And so, as a result, they all gathered to the Eastern region, those who escaped. And the account is all in this booklet I'm talking to you about, the Tribunal of Justice, and it's worth people to read it and understand the background to why the Biafrans, that was declared a year later, showed that they couldn't be safe anywhere in Nigeria. Okay, so because I don't know if you want me to pause regarding the killing, or whether you want me to clarify and answer some more questions.
All right, Mazi, I think it's up to you how you want to do it. I mean, for us, we are just listening and learning, of course, with our history. So you go ahead and do it. And of course, if you can start summarizing for today, unfortunately, time is always an issue. In the next 10 minutes, see if you can summarize. And then next week, we come back with another part 3. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So therefore, people were returning from the north. Those who escaped with all sorts of wounds. Remember, some of them were permanently wounded and injured. Some were maimed for life. Some came back with some pieces of their body. A mother will have a basket as she was running. The only thing inside that basket is the severed head of her daughter. After plaiting the head, they just chopped the head off, and the mother carried the baby and put it inside the basket and ran. When the train stopped at a place like Makurdi, the bodies were dumped in the Benue River. There was somebody, 6'2" person, I forgot his name, who was beheaded, and abdomen ripped open and his intestine gushing out, and they put his body back in the train. So when he arrived in Enugu, he was supposed to scare the Igbos. And the other thing that Ojukwu in December, around the Christmas time, where all this goings on, I read somewhere they put a box, sent him a box of presents from the north. And when they opened it, there was a head of an Igbo person. And they're supposed to scare him. His name is Ondimegu. How do you scare somebody whose name is Fear? So they made a wrong judgment, thinking that Ojukwu is going to capitulate. So this is why the Igbos, if you like, and Easterners came together and said, this cannot go on forever. You can't kill us in 45, kill us in 53, kill us in 1966, May, July, September, October, all the way to December. And they want us to be in one country. So Ojukwu was told, what's this thing about Aburi? You want to go to Aburi to talk to what? About what? We can't trust these people. So Ojukwu said, we have to take one extra step. So he was persuaded to go to Aburi to say, how are we going to live with people? We can't go to Lagos, we're not safe. We can't go to the north, we're not safe. Even where we are not safe. Okay? So what do? Well, Jojo is better than war. It's always good to talk. So they went to Ghana, and luckily for them, it was Ankara, who's the Ghana head of state, who invited them at a place called Aburi, where they sat down and mapped out how is it possible to live together again in one country, where one section is being killed with impunity. So Juku told them, and they all agreed. The first thing is to renounce the use of force to solve the problems. As gentlemen, they're not going to use force anymore. They agreed. They said, okay, how about what we do with the military? Those from the east, they return to the east. Those in the west go to the west. Those in the north go back to the west, to the north. Okay, so in other words, you have your military come to where you are from, your place of origin. How about police force? You have areas of command. In other words, we need to have separate components of these security forces to guarantee some form of security. You need to pull apart slightly, remain in one country, so that when things are cooled down, we can then come back together. Everyone agreed. It's a great idea. Yeah. So, well, why don't we sign the forms? They signed the form. General Ankara said yes. Are you guys happy with this? Said yes. Ankara was so happy. I'm so happy with you guys. Well done. We solved this African problem and so on. Well, you just have to carry on as brothers. So they came home. Aburi was conducting a cordial arrangement. Everybody was happy. Then Gowon was supposed to announce the findings. Remember, the Supreme Commander was still missing. Aguirre was still missing. They had to announce that he has died, and therefore we're now going to make Gowon the Supreme Commander. Okay, because up until then, he's not the Supreme Commander, because he took power from the Supreme Commander and he hasn't consulted the rest of the military. Okay, so now he wasn't any more superior in rank than what's his name, Robert Adenka, who is the Western governor. Neither is he more superior militarily than Ojukwu, but he assumed power because the people behind him have got the guns. So after Aburi, it was decided that Gowon could be the Supreme Commander. Okay? But everybody, if you have a decision, we all have to agree to that decision before we go ahead with it. In other words, you have to have it in concurrence. Everyone has to agree. But Gowon then said, no. According to the people advising him, his permanent secretary, say, well, we know you signed this, but it's going to cause Nigeria to divide. We're not going to agree to it. So you have to change your mind. And we say the British might have been also inspired to not to allow him to sign this, to carry out what they agreed to. So as a result, there's a retraction. He started going back on his word. Unknown to him, though, known to him, fully aware that the Aburi Accord was recorded on a gramophone. So it's not a case of you said, I said, or he said. There's evidence of what was actually discussed.
So, Mazi, what you are telling me is that Aburi Accord was recorded. Is that right?
Yes, it was recorded in gramophone.
So tell me, how do we explain this man, this old, dying, lying man, Gowon? Till today, he is still saying Ojukwu is twisting the truth. That was not what we agreed in Aburi, even though it was recorded.
Yes, one day we will get the Aburi and play it. So that's what was played in the eastern region. Yeah, this is what happened in Aburi. We all listened to it. And the T-shirts came out. On Aburi, we stand. Okay? We are not going to budge on Aburi. Okay? So they all knew what happened. So because they had the superior weapons, all the military, everything was in the north. So they thought, well, if Ojukwu disobey, we declare a state of emergency, we invade the east, and it would take about 72 hours, and that would be it. And that is what happened. So Aburi, they negated on it, including paying those who abandoned their jobs. If you're working for the government in the north, let's say you work in the railway, you haven't been paid since May. You ran away, and no one's paying you. No one paying your school fees for your children. There's no means of livelihood. The eastern region was supposed to support all these 2 million XM flocks. So there comes a time when you say, well, what are you going to do about all this? Part of the Aburi agreement was to help pay towards them. Gawan reneged. Ojukwu said, okay, from April 1967, we're going to collect tax in the east. And the money we collect in the east, we're going to use it to rehabilitate those refugees. And we're going to keep the money. Gawan said, you can't do that. If you do that, we will blockade you. So Ojukwu went ahead with the survival edict, which is what he propagated. And Gawan said, I'm going to impose a blockade. So you sealed off, so you can't trade from the east. As a result, you can see with a journey of no return. You can't go back to Nigeria, they'll kill you. You can't stay as you are, they blockade you. You declare yourself a different country. And that was what happened. So Ojukwu called all the experts to come and sit down and discuss what our options are. Do we stay in Nigeria or do we leave Nigeria? They voted with their feet. Means there was a unanimous decision that we've had enough of all these duplicitous people who want to kill us, take our resources, and leave us to die. So they said, please, Ojukwu, at the earliest practical date, we are not asking you, we are mandating you, declare Eastern Region a sovereign nation by the name Republic of Biafra. Before the ink could dry on that day's conference, Gawan decided to divide the country and carve the East into different sections, River State, Ogoja State, East Central State, and reduce it into a dot. Okay, this is where it all started. So if you carve up the country, you didn't ask your permission, nobody knew where the boundary was, you just declare that area is now East Central State, River State, and Ogoja State, and then you declare a state of emergency. And you're going to take over the whole area.
All right, Mazi.
So that is why the people fought.
Mazi, as we are about to summarize, I want to ask you this question. Let's put this record straight. So basically, what I'm getting to understand, or what you're telling me, is that the reason why Gowon divided the state is to confuse and create hatred among us, because it's working. If you ask me, it is working. You should hear where an Imo State man is talking to an Anambra, and where an Anambra person is talking to an Imo. You will never know that they speak the same language, because that was the whole idea of divide and rule. Can you summarize on that note? And then, of course, next week we'll continue. Go ahead, please.
Yes. The idea of dividing the Eastern region is to weaken the Eastern region as a unit. Okay, you try to weaken them by dividing into along ethnic lines. The only problem with that is that you don't know where the boundaries are. Because Port Harcourt, for example, used to be an Owerri province. So the Igbos, if you like, and their brothers developed Port Harcourt. If you now excise Port Harcourt away from Igbo as a territory, you're asking for trouble, because these are the people who built Port Harcourt. So it's a deliberate ploy to sow seeds of discord among the Eastern region. The people from Ogoni, Ejo, Ogoja, they were all involved in the declaration of Biafra. They turned up in the elders' meeting, consultative assembly, Eastern region. And it was a unanimous decision to pull away from Nigeria, because they've had enough at that stage. Nigeria cannot guarantee they're not going to kill you. Okay? So you have no choice but to be your own. And the whole Biafra, therefore, was the shield. Ojukwu said, if you can cross this line from the north, he won't go out to the north to bring you back, but if you can cross this line and come to the Eastern region, then you are safe. He will do everything he can to protect you. And that is how Biafra came to be. So on the 30th of May, Ojukwu declared Biafra, the Eastern region, as a sovereign state. Remember, the killing started in May 66, We're talking a whole year of deliberation before Biafra was declared as a sovereign state. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi. You know, when it comes to the end of this program, I feel it continues again. To be honest with you, I was born after the war. And whenever I hear this history, oh my goodness me, I sit and I want to listen and learn. Mazi, please, you're not going to let me down now. Next week is yet another Date with Destiny. It is part 3 of Biafran history. Thank you very much, Mazi. We appreciate you.
Thank you. What I'm going to share with you is the ongoing history of how Biafra came about. And it's not something we rush through, because history has been denied in the school, and therefore people grew up not knowing what actually happened. I'm not going to say, everything that I speak to you, I was there. No, nobody can possibly be there. But we are so blessed and so privileged to have the Eastern Nigerian government at the time. They took their time to record what happened to our people. So, what did they do? They went about to establish a tribunal. This tribunal is to allow those who survived the pogrom to come and give eyewitness accounts of what they went through. They were cross-examined. They were under oath in front of the High Court judge, the Chief Justice. This new case commission was targeted at getting at the bottom of the truth of what happened to our people. So it's a worthy read. I wish one day in every Biafran school we will have this commission report called the Massacre of Nnamdi in 1966. Is anybody who can read and can understand must read it. So there'll be no ambiguity as to what happened to our people. Briefly then, the tribunal was set up by the Eastern Region government to ask those who survived the pogrom. Remember that those who died, nobody could give account of them. Those people who actually survived, who extricated themselves out of the north or northern Nigeria, were asked to come and give witness. It took 49 days. There were 253 witnesses. There was an exhibition of 498 exhibits. They went from town to town, from Enugu to Onitsha, to Aba, to Port Harcourt, to Calabar, to Uyo and Ogoja, gathering this information and therefore recording it, not just for you and I to read, but for history and also for posterity. So the issue at the moment in Nigeria is that those who perpetrated this crime don't even want to say they have done it, let alone apologize for it. There are still ongoing killing of our people. If we do not know where this thing started, how are we then going to defend ourselves? So there's a saying that if we don't know where the rain started beating us, we're not going to learn to defend ourselves from the rain. So this is the reason behind knowing the source of the history and the eyewitness accounts, which I'm going to share with you today. Because of the time constraint, I'm going to therefore limit it and structure it in such a way that hopefully most of you will understand it. There are under headings of motives. Why did this happen? The motives for massacre. The next one is the methodology. How did they go about? And of course, the crime itself, the madness, the murder. It's like a crime scene. What motives they have? How did they go about it? And the actual crime. So motive, method, and the madness, I call it. The third bit is to look at, just pick, because of the time, we can't go through every single witness account. We pick maybe about 2 or 3 towns where this pogrom was visited and the people of Eastern region. Remember at that time, they're not called Biafrans. They thought they were Nigerians. They're in the same country. But where they were is a different part of the same country, but were killed by their neighbors, their co-workers, and so on and so forth. So we're going to look at the towns like Katsina, Kanu, Kanji, and of course Kaduna. So I'm going to begin by saying to you the motives, quite briefly. Okay, so Mazi might be surprised to note that one of the witnesses, his name is Mazi, S-W-A-N Onoha. I'm not sure if they're related.
Maybe,
not,
who knows? That's a sweet coincidence.
Yes, so just in case it's related, you have a relative who went to the north in the 60s. It might be part of their witness. Okay, so what I'm going to read to you is what they thought was the motivating factor. What is in the crime scene or in the criminal court? I'm sure I'm talking after my league here. You know more about it than I do. The judge will ask you, what are the motives? If you say he didn't, what are his motivations? What motivated him to do such a thing? So we can look at extenuating circumstances, for example. So the motivation, for example, so now what I'm going to tell you about. The motive for the pogrom is something which they have looked into. Okay, and they said that the question is the complete extermination of Easterners from the place in the north. In other words, how did they stop killing people in the north? Well, the answer to that is when there was no more Easterners to be killed. So they have succeeded. So that's one of the motives, to chase away and kill as many of Easterners as they possibly can in the north. Okay? Then, in connection, they had what they call the 7-point program or 7-point agenda of the organizers of the pogrom. Some people went down, they had several meetings, they organized this actual killing of the Easterners. It's exhibit SWAN, that's the initials of Mr. Onoha, SWAN, so it's exhibit SWAN 24, and it reads as follows. Number 1 motive, to kill off the Major General and the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. His name is Major General JTU Agi Rensi. They succeeded. Secondly, to kill off all the Yamri army officers. They killed as many as they can. Over 200 of them were killed. The third one is they subsequently purged the army of Yamri by killing the rest of the ranks and file. What happened? They called a bugle. Everybody came out, and those who were evil were chased out from the line and killed. The officers murdered. Okay? So this all happened on 29th of July. Then the next reason for motivation was with the aid of the Westerners, they said, in the army, to take complete control of the armed forces. They take over the complete control of the police force, the navy, and to purge off the Yamiris, as they call the Easterners, in all these forces. So they turned around the Nigerian military, which was multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious, into a mono-ethnic. Well, a bloc from the north, which is supposed to control the army, police, navy, air force, everything. So that is all part of their motivation. So we are feeding in Nigeria today part of this plan, this one's exhibition. This Mr. Onwa has the exhibition of the plan for killing our people. Then the next one is to kill off and dispossess all the Anyamri domicile in the northern region. They succeeded. Then the next was to use the armed forces to take complete control of the country's government. And that's what they did under Yakubu Gowon. So they took over the complete control, the running machinery of the government, because they killed Agi Rensi, they killed his host, Faji, who's a Yoruba guy in Ibadan, looking up who is his host. They killed both of them, and then they turned onto the soldiers and killed them. And as a result, they made the place ungovernable, in the sense that they controlled the Lagos, they controlled the north, and they had difficulty taking over the east. So the coup of 29 of July 1966 was partially successful. They changed the government, all right, but they have not got complete control of the eastern region. So because Ojukwu was in the eastern region, because the coup did not affect that, it was a partial success. And that is why we had the war. Because Ojukwu said, no, you can't cross this line and kill my people and get away with it. So part of the motivation also was they want a revenge. Okay, you can argue that the Saduna Sokoto, who is, as I said last time, the spiritual leader and also the governor of the northern region then, should not have been killed. The hotheads, the young military, the majors and the captains, led by Nzogwu in the north, Ifajin in the west, they succeeded in killing their spiritual leader, Saduna Sokoto, Hamadu Bello. And then Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, his prime minister, was also killed. So now, part of the motive there for killing all the people living in the north who have Eastern origin was to get rid of these people, and because having killed their own, they want to revenge on Dr. Azikiwe, they want to kill Dr. Abara, they want to kill Ojukwu, they want to kill Major Nzogwu. The interesting thing, killing Ojukwu, although Ojukwu became the governor of the Eastern region, he was actually in the north, helped to stop the coup in the north. The Commonwealth countries met in Lagos, and all the politicians were returning from Lagos to Kanu. Ojukwu welcomed them. So if they think it was an Igbo coup, he would have locked them all up. But he was the one who protected and looked after them. So yet, in their agenda or motive, they want to kill Ojukwu and also Major Nzogwu. Major Nzogwu died during the war, but they gave him a military honor burial. They took his body from Enugu, where he died, around the Nsukka sector, and buried him in Kaduna, as I understand. Okay, so then the next thing is to destroy Port Harcourt, Enugu, University of Nigeria, and Nsukka, which they have succeeded partly, because in the University of Nsukka, even up till now, the chemical department has not been activated because they're fear that they may produce more chemicals during the war. Then finally, to kill off all the Yamri top civil servants and all the wealthy Yamri, male and female, all the Yamri educated giants. It's like if you don't have educated giants, you kill other people's educated giants. Anyway, all grown-up males and females in Yamri, and then to leave only sucklings and Yamri in their land. And in their radio Kaduna broadcast throughout the war is, yes, let us go and kill all the Yamris, rape their women, take their property, and leave them the just baby suckling. So that was all the motivation. So if you're in the middle of the court and the judge asks, what was their motive? These are the 7-point agenda which is lined up and was made known to us by the witness. He's called his 8th witness, Mr. S.A.W.A.N. Onoha. Okay, so that is a basis for which they operate on. Now, how did they go about the method? The method they went about was excessive madness in a way. They didn't just kill you, they made sure the way they went about it was so bad. And maybe some of us have to make sure you have strong stomach when we read most of the things they did to our people. Okay? How did they do it? First of all, there's a planned killing of our people. Like most genocide, they have those who sit down and plan it. So it was planned, mostly by their undergraduates at Ahmadu Bello University. They also had sometimes the help of the foreigner. British people, especially British lecturers, assisted them in planning this problem. They wanted revenge of the Sadwana. They wanted to make sure nobody on the east rose in the northern part to play any role whatsoever. So the killing was deliberate. It was directed. It was specific, targeting Easterners. Well, I keep calling them Easterners so that you know at that time they were from Eastern region of Nigeria. So they were targeting, directed to them, specific to them. If you find a Yoruba person, you left them out. If you find an Igbo person, you killed them. It was unrelenting. In other words, there were several waves of it. There was one in May. There was one in July. There was one in September. There was one in October. So it was waves after waves after waves. Was it spontaneous? Well, if you throw a pebble inside a pond, it will strain from the point where it landed and ripple outwards. Okay? But this one, it didn't start from one point and then ripple outwards. It was every city started at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. It was planned. Okay, imagine a whole vast area of northern Nigeria, as big as Western Europe. Every single city, they all came out to start killing the Igbos 7 o'clock on a Saturday in one of the instances. So it was planned on that time at that hour. Then what else? It was coordinated. They even had buses which the native authority had. It's like the people who run northern Nigeria. They're called the native authority. Part of them run the police and so on. So they took the buses from these people, went into the villages, and got people to come out from the villages, to come into town to kill the Igbos, or to kill the Yamris, or to kill the Easterners. They also imported, in some instances, people who are believed not to be necessarily Nigerian, but people from Chad, and so on, specifically come to join in killing. They use all sorts of weapons. There's an arrow, axes, clubs, stones. They use guns. They use any weapon they can get hold of. They burned people alive. They buried them in wells. They all did all sorts of things. So, and the most important thing that tell you that was not a spontaneous accident that happened, people were just rioting and killing anyhow. They were involved by they used the typed, let me repeat that, typed address of where the Easterners live. They had in their hand typed address of where these people live, so they would not miss their houses. Okay. When they went to Yoruba land, I mentioned before, they have to knock on your door and they mention Toro. And if you say Toro like an Igbo person compared to Yoruba person, they know you are foreign and they killed you. Okay. Don't forget the people's faces were also scarred. You can also identify who is Yamili or who is from eastern region and who isn't by the scar on their faces and so on and so forth. So if you're Yoruba, you normally have your scar, your tribal marking, I call it. And also in the northern, they have their own tribal marking. So you can see somebody, majority but did not have this tribal mark, so you can also identify who they are. Okay, so that is some of the methods which they used. Okay, so it's in actually killing. That's one. The second one I want to point your attention to is that in addition to all this planning, okay, they also had what I call deception. They say to you, if a group of Easterners heard, oh, there's going to be a killing from Friday onwards, so they start packing their bags. So the next thing you come on the radio and say, oh no, you heard a rumor that there was going to be killing. Actually, there isn't. Don't worry about it. We will protect. No, we will protect you. Honestly, we will. Don't worry about it. It's all false. So they stayed behind. And of course, it was a false rumor. It was not a false rumor. It was a genuine rumor. But they allowed them to stay to be killed. Okay, so I don't know if I explained that properly. You hear that there's going to be killing. Instead of allowing them to act on that rumor, they decided that no. Let me reassure you that it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it on the radio. So this guy stayed and they got killed. Then the next trick they used, which is another methodology, which is very, very clever. It's like they even go. There's one which acted well in Kanu, which we'll talk about Kanu shortly. They said that we hear that people are trying to go back to the east by train on the 1st of October, and there'll be a train leaving Kanu. So please make sure you pack your bags, and that. We encourage you to board the train and that. Of course, on that day, there'll be lots and lots of people from the eastern region who pack their belongings and everything and go to the station. And when they get there, there'll be no train. And then instead, the military will arrive with a gang of people, and they got clobbered to death and killed. So there's so many tricks they use to lure our people into positions of helplessness. And the other thing they did was to cause them to be disarmed. Now, normally you have your double-barrel gun, you have your knife, you have something to even defend yourself. They went around making sure all these people they're going to kill were disarmed beforehand. So they were defenseless. And then the military went around with the crowd and killed as many of them as possible. So that is part of the revolting aspect of how they went about killing our people. And it's really is something worth bearing in mind. There's so many other ways of describing what they did to us. For example, let me just find you what happened. So on one of the days, instance, many people were killed, and the NA, which is the Northern Authority policemen, used their big lorries to carry the corpses to the grave. Okay, they hide the body. The dead body were buried in groups of 20, in groups of 50, in groups of 60. Okay, and then large graves were dug by the caterpillars that belong to this Northern Authority people. The burial was conducted by the armed soldiers. The soldiers were standing by with their arms. Now, so they said it was because this guy who was able to see all this was wearing the Hausa dress, okay, one of the witnesses, and he spoke fluent Hausa. So they will not tell that it's Igbo person watching them. So another bad thing was a Benin lady who was killed and many sharp pieces of broken bottles packed into her private part. And they left her naked inside a hotel. Okay. Another one is Pauline, Mrs. Pauline, who was killed in the same day, Enugu Road, and International Hotel. And the Ibibio man who was burnt alive inside his car at the airport road. He was a meteorological officer. Then they saw a house man who was conducted sexual intercourse on a young girl, an Igbo girl, and Kanu, and this girl vomited until she died. It was gang rape. There's so many things they did to us. So the attacks on schools and churches provided yet another instances of callosities and, of course, of the assailants. So they desecrated the church. The people professing to know and worship God, the very difficult way of explaining it, doing God honor. That's the attack on armed civilians by the army, by police, and supposed to give them protection. That's the worst thing. The police and the army, you're supposed to run to them for protection, but in fact, it was the same people who joined in and was behind and watched you be killed. So that's part and parcel why they can never be trusted. So I'll talk to you briefly about the motives of the massacre, the method where they went about it. They're Aussie, of course. They put a rod behind your back, they tie your hand behind a long rod, and there they gouge out your eye, took out your private parts, and all sorts of things. There are so many methods. I don't want to make it even worse, but I just want to now concentrate on the madness. I'm going to use Katina. I know time is spent, or time is pressing, so let me know how I'm doing with time. We need to tell this story properly.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I think we have about half an hour. Yes, more or less.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm not going to describe what happened in individual towns. I'm going to take Katsina, which is the hometown of Buhari, of course. Katsina in 1966, May. So the Katsina, of course, is the capital of the Katsina Emirate. The Emir of Katsina is the father of the military governor of the northern Nigeria at that time, called Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. There are 4 principal witnesses that gave evidence of the disturbances made riot in Katsina. Okay, so we're going to now hear from those who were in Katsina in May when the riot started. Their names are Enoch Enoch Ejikeme. He is the 26th witness. Then there's a Vincent Modebel, and he's the 27th witness. Then there's a James Aka, who is 138th witness, and Mrs. Cecilia Mabel Anebuna. So there are names which are entered into this tribunal, which can be cross-referenced and checked out. The 26th witness, Enoch Ejikeme, right? He lived in Katsina, he said, for 15 years, from 1951 to June 1966, when he was compelled by the disturbances to flee the north. He owned a story building near the Emir's palace. This is what he has to say. I am a native of Ojoto. Katsina is perhaps the area worst affected by the disturbances, even though there was a deliberate attempt to play down the seriousness of the situation there, both during and after the disturbances. I am willing to appear before the tribunal to give evidence about what I saw during the disturbances. So what I'm saying to you is that there are people who survived it, who are willing to testify under oath and cross-examine as to what they saw. So the events we're reading that has been stored for posterity is genuine and can be taken as a factual evidence. Now, it was around, this is his account, he said around 2 a.m., listen to this, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., this early hours, it's ungodly hours, I call it. In the early morning of 29th of May 1966, a large number of houses started collecting in the Emir's palace. Remember, these people lived in the Sabongari outside the palace, outside the walled city. So those who are allowed to enter the Emir's palace have to be vetted. They're all houses. Okay, they went in. Now, round about 6 a.m. in the morning, they then burst out from the palace, carrying sticks, machetes, daggers, axes, etc., and all other dangerous weapons. They spread themselves all over the town. They were looting, burning houses and shops. Some of the NA, Northern Authority Police, took active part. Let me repeat that. Some of the NA police took active part, while others made no attempt to bring the situation under control. So you're supposed to be law and order. Instead of stopping the mob, going around looting, killing, you actually take part and joining them and did nothing. So the attack was directed against people of southern Nigerian origin, with the exclusion of Yorubas. So Yorubas also from the south, but they were not touched. Only the Igbos were targeted, or people of eastern origin. Then one Mr. Joseph of Uji, was stabbed to death that very morning. While the attack continued, the Emir of Katsina, if you are the Emir, you are the boss of the whole area. Whatever people say you do, they do. Whatever you say, rather, they will do. They're under your control. So the Emir of Katsina, Alhaji Usman Nagogo, the former northern minister, so then there's a number, so Alhaji, let me repeat his name again. The Emir of Katsina was Alhaji Usman Nagogo. And then there's a former northern minister who was an MP, Alhaji Issa Kaita. Then there's an Alhaji Musa Tafida Yaradua. Then there's a former Ministry of Lagos Affairs and Magaji Gari, the Emir's son, were parading the town up and down, cheering the looters on. So these are the responsible members of that very town. Instead of them bringing law and order, they're actually encouraging the mob to go on the rampage. My two big shops, this is the witness, my two big shops, this is AGK, my two big shops and stores were all looted, as well as my residence. Not a pin was left for me. They even swept the rooms. They swept the shop. They swept the stores with brooms. Can you imagine? The telephone number 152 Katsina is one of the shops was removed, so he can't phone. So they moved in gangs, and each numbered about 300 to 400 people. Towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina, repeat that, towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina had been rendered homeless, hopeless, and penniless. We were therefore evacuated by Northern Authority Police to a place 2 miles from the town. So they rounded them up, took them to a place 2 miles away from the town. We numbered over 2,000, including women and children. We were not allowed to move out from the compound, which had but one gate. We suffered from both hunger and fear. On Monday, 30th May 1966, the military governor of the Northern Group of Provinces summoned the meeting of emirs and chiefs to state their grievances, because there's rioting now. So the military governor, Katsina, asked the emirs and all the chiefs to come for a meeting. So on the 31st of May 1966, the emir of Katsina left for Kaduna. That's where the meeting is being held. Kaduna is the capital then of the northern region. So they went to Kaduna to attend the meeting. And it was alleged that the emir, on leaving for Kaduna, ordered his men not to tamper with our life yet, pending his return and the result of their meeting. So it's give strict order. This will be rounded up. 2,000 or so people rounded up. Don't touch them until I return. On Wednesday, 1st of June, 1966, the Nigerian army arrived at the scene. and we were released forthwith. The Nigerian army then entered and released them. So on the following Thursday and Friday, 2nd and 3rd respectively, some of us fled to Kanu. They escaped. Now on that very Friday, 3/6/66 afternoon, the emir returned from Kaduna. And on Saturday, 4/6/66, no southerner was allowed to leave the town. He put another order and don't allow them to escape. Those who managed to escape were pursued and many of them slaughtered in the way. Now, the violence was therefore renewed and the worst inhuman acts were performed on the Saturday, 4/6/66. Now, the emir again took the lead together with his team comprising Alhaji Issa Kaita, former minister, Northern Nigeria Education Minister. Then they have Alhaji Musa Tafida Yarudua, who was former Federal Minister in Lagos Affairs. Then Magaji Gary, who is Lieutenant Colonel Katsina's twin brother, who is the emir's son. All these people joined in chasing and killing. Then the climax was reached when Southerners, seeing what has happened, ran and took refuge. Those who were behind, they ran into the police charge office. They ran into the police station. These people were locked inside the office, which were then packed full with refugees. They were set on fire. They ran to police and they were burnt inside the police. Okay? Burnt to ashes together with all the refugees therein. This Saturday episode affected many government employees who could not leave the town without the consent of the employer, as well as the independent business people who were tied down by their business links or the otherwise. None was left alive, except a few of us whom God hid away out of their sight, who live now to tell the story. Another devilish plan worthy of note was that as soon as the Saturday massacre started, the Katsina Provincial Secretary, instead of telephoning to Kanu to bring the armies close to rid of this scar, instead of telephoning Kanu to bring the armies, he chose to ride on his car to Kanu, a distance of 108 miles away, in order to bring the army to himself. So now, why is he doing that? He can just pick up a phone and call them, and they come. But he chose to drive 108 miles. So the trick lies in that fact that before he could return to Katsina from Kanu with the armed forces, the operation had been completed and many lives were lost. So all this tomfooleries. Now, the fact that a large and unknown number of people were burnt alive in police charge office made it highly impossible for anyone to give an accurate figure of the deaths. Also, many were killed and hidden away, and many thrown into wells and pits. So then, the gruesome incidents of the burning of Nigerian building at Katsina was confirmed by Miss Mabel Anabunwa, who's the 235th witness, whose husband, Mr. D.G. Anabuna, was one of the victims. She watched him die. Her evidence described as follows. This is Ms. Alamda. My name is Cecilia Mabel Anabuna. I joined my husband Katina on the 4th of August 1962 and returned to the East on the 18th of June 1966. After my husband was murdered on 4/6/66, I have 2 children. My husband had 3 children from the first wife who died earlier. I am now caring for those 3 children and my own 2. My husband was a first-class clerk in the Ministry of Agriculture, Katsina, and also a special constable. Now, on the 4th of June 1966, he returned suddenly to inform me that the incident of looting, which occurred on the 29th of May, was being repeated. I immediately backed my baby, and together we escaped to the nearest police station. While we were pursuing by the armed village, we ran into the police station. We were admitted inside by the police station. Thereupon, the mob attacked the shuttle with knife and axes. The police warned them not to attack the station, but Malam Magadi Gary, who was Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina's twin brother, retorted, warning the police not to disturb the civilians who were carrying out the order of the emir. So basically, the police were warning the rioters. This police officer, who is the brother of the governor of the northern Nigeria and the son of the emir, was telling the police people, don't disturb the civilians who are rioting because they're carrying out the order of the emir. So the emir, the person in charge of the Katsina, was actually heading the riot. So the rioters were thenceforth unfettered. No one can disturb them because they've been told that the emir is in charge. So they broke inside through the doors and windows and, of course, started to kill people indiscriminately. And one of the victims was my husband, Mr. D.G. Onyewu. So now, many other women and I went to appeal to Magagi Gary, Hassan's twin brother, but he said they could not disobey the emir. About 18 men were victims. Their corpses were burned, followed by the burning of the police station and the government staff quarters. In the evening, the women were conveyed in police truck to the Northern Authority police station, where we stayed for some days. Later, we were taken to an unfinished hotel building, where the Red Cross supplied us food and some baby clothing. I left Katsina to Kanu on the 9th of June 1966 to meet my husband's brother. On the 14th of June, I left for the East. One Reverend Father X was very kind to victims. He helped many wounded people to the hospital until he was seriously warned by one Mr. McNamara, who's a British, that if he continued, he, Father X, would be attacked for transparently taking sides with Easterners. It was in this Mr. McNamara's house that several night meetings were held. Mr. McNamara was soul and body in the planning of the pogrom. So I'm just going to leave it there. What happened then? This lady was cross-examined. It's not enough to just tell us this is what you saw. So they said the witness was then questioned closely, and one of the questions, this is what she has to say. You actually saw Magari Gari with your own eye in the police station? And that was the question. They say, yes, I saw him. My husband was working with him. This Magari was NA, Native Authority police officer. So my husband was working with him. He used to come to our house frequently in connection with his work. So that when this thing happened, I went with other women, appealed to the man, and begged him to stop the rioting. He said that he would not do so, and that I was in order, it was an order from the emir, and emir is his father. So from Katsina, the disturbance spread to other towns in Katsina Emirate, like Fontua, Malumpashi, Siga, etc. So in these towns, the story of the direct involvement of the emir in the disturbances is told again and again by other witnesses. The death toll in Katsina Emirate will be seen later on. So what I've just described to you is one of the caves, one of the towns, and what happened. Where you have people supposed to run into police for protection, they got burnt inside there. Where sometimes the police actually join in riots, looting and killing, sweeping not just your stores of every single thing, including the paint. They brush, they sweep it so you have nothing left, plus they will destroy you economically. If you're lucky, you get out alive, and then nothing to go on. So that is one of the madness that I described in just one town. Wait till you hear about Kanu. Wait till you hear about Kaduna. Okay, so I just finished talking about Katsina. I'm happy to continue. Okay, so I talked about Katsina. I'm going to talk about quickly about Kaduna. Okay, Kaduna. And that may help us to wrap up for today. We're talking about Katsina. We're now going to talk about what happened in Kaduna. Kaduna, as you know, was the capital of the northern region at the time. Okay? So it's pertinent to understand that this just didn't happen in Katsina. It also happened in major cities in the north. Okay, so I'm going to now talk about Kaduna. Right. Kaduna has no emir, okay, at this stage, because it's the seat of the government in the northern Nigeria. It has no emir or district head. It is the capital of northern Nigeria and the seat of northern Nigeria regional government. The military governor lives there. That's the mentioned his name earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. Okay. The head of all the departments of the government have their offices in Kaduna. The police headquarters is in Kaduna. One would have thought that all places, Kaduna would be the last place one would expect to see innocent civilians exposed to mob attack. So in other words, it's like the capital is like London. Okay, you'll expect the police to be well equipped to prevent riots and killing of innocent people. So Kaduna was the capital in the north. Now the evidence showed that Kaduna was just as affected as any other important towns in the Hausa-speaking areas. Now, in fact, it was the top civil servant that led the attack. So here's what witness 52 have to say. His name is Daniel Godreau Pinswa. After the Daniel coup, the head of my department, Mr. N.B. Kirby, Territorial Control of North, called me up to take care of the personnel in the exchange and some other P&T installations in Kaduna. A few hours later, out of sheer curiosity, I went to the Sadrana's house in Kaduna to check up on the news we have heard. I found water and blood dripping from the upstairs, and quite a number of northerners were in the premises as well as within the building. I was amazed to find that all the northerners showed no signs of grief. In fact, some of them were in Sadrana's sitting room at that time, were having fun by parodying the official procedure, the protocol and pomp they had observed during the Sadrana's lifetime. For example, someone would pose as the Sadrana secretary, would say, rank a dead, and genuflex, then there would be riotous laughter. Others mimic the way they laugh